Good evening and welcome to tonight's special meeting. Information on how to watch, attend, and participate, as well as agendas, minutes, and recordings can be found on Broomfield's website at broomfield.org/council meetings. The public may also participate in public comment either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name and the item the caller would like to comment on. If you'd like to speak on more than one item on tonight's agenda, you'll need to press *3 each time to be placed back in the queue for comment. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 participants have 2 minutes. And if time remains, the next 26 plus participants have 1 minute to speak. For our hard of hearing residents present, we have wireless headsets available in the back of the council chambers through our AV team. If you're attending for the study session items regarding direction to staff on legislative efforts and the residential occupancy restriction, the study session will follow this meeting. We'll now proceed with tonight's special meeting. The special meeting of the City Council is called to order. Councilmember Marsh Holshan is attending remotely. A quorum of the council is present. So would everyone please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for a meeting. Does any member of council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. There are no items under petitions and communications this evening. Does any member of the council have any reports or updates this evening? Councilmember Lim.
June 19th to the 21st, I attended the Colorado Municipal League 2024 Annual Conference in Loveland, Colorado. The topics of the sessions that I attended included infrastructure, land use, transportation, and sustainability. And I submitted a written report that could be found on the Council Reports webpage if anyone's interested in further information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Any reports, updates? Go ahead, Councilmember Ward.
Well, I almost forgot. So last week on Wednesday, I attended a full day planning session, I guess you can call it, for the 17th Judicial District's Family Justice Center planning. It was a really interesting conversation, very long, packed day, but good to see the energy and desire from pretty much everyone in the 17th Judicial District to create a family justice center. I think, Mayor, you attended the following Thursday, but more to come. We're starting to kind of parse through who's going to have what responsibility. I mean, the DA's office is still going to have the lead, but should we be hiring a project manager? How are we going to start funding this thing? All sorts of questions started coming up about that. So more to come, but just wanted to let you know we had those conversations last Wednesday.
Thank you. Any other council member updates? Well, yes, I attended CML as well, and our city and county manager and our police chief, Anaya Hempelman, did a presentation for CML, for the Colorado Municipal League, on how important the relationship is between a city manager and your police chief. And it was amazing. There were a lot of questions. A lot of folks wanted to engage with you guys after. And I mean, I live it with you every day, so it was nothing new to me, but it's really nice to know that you're a model for, you know, how those relationships create such a productive atmosphere. And so good job. Mhm. And I also attended that, Family Justice Center second day, which it's a big project and it's just kind of in the concept stages, but it's definitely off to a good start. And obviously, y'all know Thursday is the Great American Picnic. So if you're new and you don't know that, it's at the Broomfield County Commons. There's music, food, fireworks around 9:30. So it's a great family fun event if you can get out there. We'll be out there handing out cookies. So hope to see some of you there. Councilmember Leslie, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to report that Congresswoman Peterson held a special 50th anniversary Vietnam Veterans Pinning Ceremony this morning at Red Rocks Community College, and I was able to attend and was presented with a pin by the Congresswoman. So it was very nice.
Well, thank you for going and thank you for your service. All right, we'll now continue with public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters other than those on the agenda. If there's anyone who'd like to be heard, please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you today. I'm Autumn Tamati, a senior at Holy Family High School in Ward 3. My mother is Russian and my father is Iranian, and I'm a second-generation immigrant, much like a few of you on the council. Upon graduation, I aim to join the United States Air Force Academy as I have earned my pilot's license and will be a 3-time junior Olympian in synchronized swimming. I have also recently participated in Girls State, where I passed a bill through our student House and Senate that bans the unjust policy of double punishment for illegal immigrants and refugees. It was one of the 4 bills out of the 70 that passed and was signed by the governor of Girls State. I am proud of my work and thankful for every opportunity that I have to be here before you tonight as a youth who cares about their collective future. I'm currently serving an internship capacity with the Broomfield Community Foundation for the Broomfield Resettlement Task Force and wanted to extend a personal invitation to our educational event on Saturday, August 3rd at 5:30 p.m., hosted by 9 News journalist Angeline McCall. The Roots Restaurant will provide refreshments at 5:30 p.m., and we will have 3 panel discussions. The first panel will consist of former city and county manager Charles Ozaki, whose parents were forced into a U.S. internment camp during World War II, Junko Goodwin, the chair of our Broomfield Sister Cities, and 2 council members, Kenny Nguyen and Paloma Delgadillo, both who are second-generation immigrants like myself. This diverse panel will provide a range of perspectives on the immigrant experience. Additionally, we will have a refugee who now serves as a member of Congress and hear how representation matters in government. We hope the council, staff, and others will attend this event as we learn about immigrants who have become leaders in their community for a long time. It's truly inspiring to learn how different people from all backgrounds incorporate and overcome their adversity to become individuals who eventually make our society a better place. We will also schedule a time for land dedication, reflecting on our tumultuous history, a time when refugees emerged among the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes and broken promises between the government and our people wrought such devastation. I want to have my friend Quentin come and provide further explanation on this event while I hand out the invitations.
Thank you.
Additionally, we'll have panelists who will share their stories of fleeing violence from Afghanistan, Ukraine, Venezuela, and what it means to live the American dream in a war-torn world. Please join us Saturday, August 3rd at 5:30 at the Broomfield Auditorium. You can get your tickets at the link on your invitation. Thanks again, and thank you for elevating your invaluable contribution of immigrants in the community. Your support is crucial in fostering a welcome environment for all. They could one day be serving in the military, defending the democracy we all hold so dearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to be heard? Please make your way to the podium. Limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Roxy Jula Lackamore. First of all, I'm going to say I'm sorry for what I'm going to bring up. But on the way here, I didn't have time enough to call in to any other department. So I'm just going to make a statement now. There's a flag that's hung on a light pole by the Catholic Church on Midway. It's right next to the ball field. It is not hung properly. It's mangled, and I would like to have that fixed. So if that can be done, or if you guys can get somebody out there tomorrow, I would appreciate it. And probably early in the morning would be nice. So here's my second thing. During study session, and I know you guys are going to talk about something else that has kind of to do with this, but not what I'm going to say. During your last study session, some of you wanted to have your pay increased or have the future council people's pay increase. My only thing with that is that your job is a part-time job. I don't care what you say you do. It doesn't matter. You do what you want to do. You took this job, you knew you were going to be part-time. There's no reason for the council to be paid yearly what the cheapest Broomfield full-time employee gets paid. You don't need more than what they need, get paid. And I don't care if you're taking the AMI from what the average income is of the county. You should still not be getting more than the cheapest full-time employee. And on top of it, right now, some of you are actually making as much as a lot of the seniors that are on Social Security a year, and they're living on it. So I'm sorry. You guys don't need it. You're supposed to be part-time. And if you don't like the job, then get out of it.
Thank you so much. Would anyone else like to be heard?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. John Ewald, Pinnacle North. I just have what I hope is an easy question. This is a special session of Council. So can the reason why it was called be presented to the public? There's quite a few things on the agenda, and I'm sure not all of them have to be decided tonight or this week, and could, what could have waited would be nice to know. And that also goes for the study session that follows this, because that's a special study session as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Manager Hoffman, would you like to explain why we added an extra meeting?
Yes, and thanks for the opportunity. The community will see more of these. The agendas are full. We have business meetings in addition to some council initiated pieces that we need to find room for. So every Tuesday in July, we have programmed out through the end of the year. July, August, September, all will be full months.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else before I move on? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kim Tuisindi Pansai, and I'm from The Outlook. And I just want to say that I respect what all of you guys do tremendously. This is my first time attending a council meeting. And in preparation, I looked at the agenda. I looked at the items listed under the agenda, and I read all of the little notes attached to all of the items on the agenda. And my word, it is a lot. It is a lot of time. I spent hours reading through all of that stuff. And you guys earn what little money you do receive for this. And to try to work day jobs, or even if you're retired, your life is full. And to put this on top of your already busy lives, you guys earn every penny. And I so respect what you do.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on. We'll now continue with the report section of the agenda. Manager Hoffman, did you have a report?
I do not.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers, do you have a report?
I do, Mayor. I wanted to talk to council about doing an update to the expense policy. As council knows, you all have allocated monies to do travel and training and community events. And there's a full budget line item of about $76,000 that council has never exceeded. However, the individual use tends to vary. Consistent with council's current practice, I'd like to update the policy and bring that back to council as a resolution on a future consent agenda. It would have that change that would talk about the transfer of funds between each council member, as well as a process for staff to address any issues that staff may have. So they're not in the position to have to tell you, like a parent, yes or no, you can't spend that money. So I just wanted to make sure that was acceptable and get a little direction from council if I can bring that forward. Probably in a meeting, like I said, it can be on consent. So it would be a meeting hopefully in August, maybe September.
All right, is that okay?
See some
with
head
council?
nods?
Good. Okay,
Great. Thank you, Mayor.
thank you, Ms. Rogers. All right, there are no consent items this evening. Our first item under action items is a public hearing and council's consideration for proposed resolution number 2024-67 regarding Summit Classical Academy's application for a site development plan amendment for a temporary classroom structure at the Risen Savior Lutheran Church property. I'll declare the public hearing open. That was a long sentence. We will follow the city's standard public hearing procedures. First, staff will present a summary of the proposal. Next, we'll have the applicant's presentation. Then we'll ask for public comments and final comments from the applicant, and finally, questions from council members. So council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. Anna Burton-Zetti, Co-Director of Community Development and the Director of Planning, will introduce us to this item and walk us through. I know both applicants are in the audience for additional presentations and questions. Ms. Burton-Zetti.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. If I could have the next slide, please. The applicant, Summit Classical Academy, has submitted a request for a site development plan amendment for a temporary school building at the Risen Savior Lutheran Church property. The Summit Classical Academy is a faith-based private school that operates currently out of the church at this site. Next slide, please. The subject property is located at the northwest corner of 144th Avenue and Federal Boulevard. It's just under 9 acres, about 8.57 acres. The parcel is zoned planned unit development and has an approved PUD plan. This PUD plan specifically does allow the church and the school. The school has been operating out of that existing church, as I mentioned, as a permitted use. The parcel is also located within the Transitional Overlay Area District, which we sometimes call the TOAD District. This area allows additional commercial uses within what is otherwise a largely rural residential area. The proposal is not subject to the TOAD requirements, as it is not a commercial use. This is an extension of the religious use that is on the property. Next slide, please. This slide shows the location of the temporary building. It's shown at the bottom left-hand corner. It's identified as gray on the map. The location for the structure was chosen specifically to try and minimize the impact to the surrounding properties to the north, and there are also some residences east and west. The proposed, primarily I should say to the other side, the proposed other side being east. Excuse me. The proposed temporary building will be 1 story in height. It's about 5,400 square feet. The building is intended to remain on the site for a period of up to about 5 years. And then during that time, the applicant will be exploring more permanent expansion of the school on this site. The building is anticipated to provide for 4 classrooms holding up to about 20 students, and then we'll have restrooms. No additional site changes have been proposed at this time. The applicant if the applicant chooses to move forward with their permanent expansion plans at this site, then they will provide permanent landscaping, parking, including bicycle parking, and any of the other city requirements for a permanent facility. The additional students will continue to utilize the existing recreation facilities that are at the site, which includes the playground, soccer field, volleyball court, and softball. Next slide, please. So these are pictures of examples of what a temporary classroom could look like. The prefabricated building will have a maximum height of 20 feet, but will be painted a neutral color to match the existing church on the site. Next slide, please. The Brimfield Comprehensive Plan designates the property as rural residential with a business and residential transitional overlay, so BRTO. The BRTO designation is identified as an area that's appropriate for office, personal services, and other residential and non-residential uses. The rural residential land use allows 1 to 10 acre lots. This proposed school site with the existing church on the parcel is consistent with these land use designations. Next slide, please. A virtual neighborhood meeting was held for this site in March of 2021. 12 residents provided feedback regarding the proposal during that neighborhood meeting. The neighborhood meeting summary notes, as well as a summary of those comments, are also included in the staff memorandum. Based on the residents' concerns that were expressed during that neighborhood meeting, the applicant revised their proposal and relocated the proposed building to where it is shown on the application this evening at the southwest corner of the site, and has agreed to paint the building a more neutral color to match the school. No parking lot lighting will be provided to address concerns that had been expressed during the neighborhood meeting, and the applicant will evaluate any further parking lot expansion at the time more permanent school expansion is explored for this site. The subject proposal currently includes 4 variances from the municipal code. These included variances to parking, bike parking, the front setback, and as well as variances from general site development plan requirements. And those are all detailed in the staff memorandum. The subject proposal was reviewed by the Land Use Review Commission earlier in June, on June 10th. They recommended unanimous approval, subject to 1 condition by a vote of 7-0. The condition was that 1 bicycle parking rack be added to serve the proposed temporary building, and the plans have been revised to include this additional bicycle parking rack. Comments received regarding this proposal are found in the correspondence folder. Public notices have been completed for the public hearings, and the key issues, there are no key issues identified by staff with this application. That concludes staff's presentation, and as was mentioned, the applicant is also here this evening, has a presentation for you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burton-Zetti. Next is the applicant presentation. Just as we ask our staff to keep their presentations brief, we would ask you to do the same. So will the applicant's representative please come up to the podium and identify yourself for the record?
Thank you. My name is Jay Modulin. I am the founder and chairman of the board for Summit Classical Academy. I want to thank the mayor, pro tem, and council members for allowing us to present today. So I'll go on with our presentation. Thank you. Next slide, please. So Summit Classical Academy started in 2020. We started as a K-4 school. We had 18 students. Last year, we were a K-8 school, and we had roughly about 110 students. We are growing. There's a demand for, we are a classical education school, so there is a demand for that in this community. We will add grade 11 and 12th in 2025, 2026. So we will be a K-12 school here at the end of 2026. Next slide. So this is just a graph showing our growth, what we're projecting. We have revised our 2024-2025 school year enrollment. We have limited enrollment, just planning and locations have taken longer to get approved than we had anticipated. So in order to provide excellent education, we wanted to make sure that we weren't over enrolled for the facilities that we had. So we're going to be somewhere closer to probably about 110, 115 this year. Next slide. So why are we here today? We're a growing school. The church has been gracious to let us use classrooms in their facility, their sanctuary space. Problem is, as we grow and expand our grades, we're also needing additional classrooms. Not so much the student count, but we need additional classrooms for different grades. So we've been looking for a more permanent spot. Large buildings that could house the school is kind of hard to come by in the zoning that we need. So we need more time to do that. So one of the solutions is to get about a 5,400 square foot building. That would be between 4 to 6 classrooms that we can fit in that, which would allow us to have about 20 students per classroom. And so the buildings would fit between 80 to 120 students for that one building. That would give us about another 3 to 5 years to find a permanent location or to work with the church on expanding on their facility and going through proper channels to get those approvals. So what do we need? We need Risen Savior approval, which we have them here tonight. And we also need your approval tonight also. Next slide. So this is what a building that we would be looking at looks like. We don't have one designated at this point. There are many ways we can go about it. We can actually build one. We can get one that's in stock. But what we will do is we will paint the building to be the same color or a very similar color to the existing church. So that way it doesn't stand out and become an eyesore. They will have restrooms, HVAC, and electrical and plumbing. Next slide. So this is a layout of a 4 classroom layout. So the classrooms are actually larger. They're accommodate about 30 students. The classical methodology of teaching, we require less students per teacher. So we won't be maxing out those classroom spaces. We'll be only doing about 20 students per classroom. You can see that they do have restrooms. And so they will be what are considered wet. So we will bring water and sewer and electric to the location. Next page. So when we first proposed this, if you go to the next page, when we first proposed this a couple years ago, we had proposed to go to the north lot. We had concerns from the neighbors to the north, the neighbor to the east, and the neighbor to the west. So this new proposal hopefully eliminates all of those concerns regarding sound, lighting, parking. So that is the new proposed site. Next, please. So this says 2 to 3 years. If we can go the larger classroom size, it would be 3 to 5 years. And that's what the Land Use Review Committee accepted or approved. And then we will continue to either explore options on expanding on the current location, or we will find a larger building elsewhere. But we'd really like to stay in the Broomfield community, as a lot of our families are here, and we feel like this is a home for us. Next slide. That's it. That's the end of my presentation.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now proceed with public comments on this item, starting with in person. So if anyone would like to be heard on this item, please come up to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Hello, members of the council and mayor. My name is William Sheridan. I represent SF Invest. We are the managers for the Broomfield Professional Campus, which is a adjoining property. I apologize for the lateness of my coming to, I didn't know about this matter until last week. The reason for that is in December 21 of last year, we notified the city of Broomfield, and I can tell you the water department got our change of address, no problem. The planners were also sent a copy of it, did not acknowledge it, and they were sending all mail to Arvada instead of Broomfield, where our office is now located. So basically, and I would bristle at any indication that we're a member of the public. We own 6,400 square feet of the driveway that this proposal would use to access the property. We are a commercial user, and our commercial easement with Risen Savior includes their entire parking area. Additionally, they have access to all of our property. They can park, they can take up our entire lot according to our agreements with Risen Savior. Our easement runs through June of 2067, another 53 years. So it's a fairly long-term agreement. Bottom line is I never knew anything about it. Risen Savior didn't contact me. The school didn't contact me until very recently. And in my mind, our due process has been completely ignored. We're supposed to get a couple of cracks at the apple under due process. In other words, we're an owner of this property. We're also a servient and a tenement easement holder of all the property, okay? So we should have been involved in this a long time ago, like last, whenever it started, April. But unfortunately, the planners did not read the email, did not update their records, so we didn't know anything about it until late last week when the forwarded mail finally came to us. So, we have a lot of issues. The first one being due process. The second one, that the city would approve something that would take my property, which is what you want to do here. You want to take 6,400 square feet directly, and then you want to grant the school access where the new location is very close to my property to park there anytime they want. I bristle at that concept. That is completely wrong. I also don't agree with the time limit when I am an interested party and an owner of property that you want to take. So, you know, I've given you a letter. We notified the city of our address change. The city screwed up on processing that information. And here we sit, ready to lose property rights. I do not agree with that. I
Mr.
respect.
Sheridan, you can continue if you have
Thank you
more
very
to
much. I
say.
appreciate that very much, Mayor. The bottom line is this needs to be sent back and done over again. I don't think there's any malice, but the planning department should have processed our change and we would have been actively involved. The location of the school is a big problem for us because it's right across the roadway to a big parking lot of ours that gets heavy use throughout the day. It's a real problem. The location for us is probably the biggest problem. We want to be good neighbors. We want to cooperate. We want to work with everybody. But if we'd been told anything, you know, I wouldn't be standing here fuming at the city. I appreciate your consideration. Does anybody have questions?
We will get to that. So hang out and we still have to go through other public comments and then council questions. So
Very good. Thank you.
thank you for being here. Would anyone else like to speak on this topic? Please come up to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Coleman, and I'm president of Risen Savior Lutheran Church. We have been very blessed to have Summit Classical Academy as part of our family. We've developed a mission statement that we work alongside of them and have helped support them, bringing Christian education to our community. That parking area that has been referred to has seldom been used for parking primarily because it's gravel mixed with grass. So now to the north of that, on the other side of the driveway, that is regularly used for parking. And we agree that the professional building next door to us does park there, and they have our permission and they have a right to park there because of an agreement we've had with them. The reason we chose that southwest corner is because of the fact that it was not used. I've never seen it used for parking unless we have an exceptionally large, like back in COVID when we were doing outdoor worship services. That was the only time when people would actually be back in that area. So I'm a firm supporter of what we've done with Summit Classical Academy. They brought something wonderful to our church, and we're very happy to support them. And I would encourage your support of approving their ability to put a modular classroom building on our property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brianne Sheridan. I am the property manager for the Broomfield Professional Campus, which is the neighbor to the east side of the proposed temporary building. So I just wanted to share my what I have seen as the property manager, someone who's on site regularly and knows a lot about the way that the parking works on site. So we have many tenants who are medical office, and we have a lot of professional services as well. That's the primary tenants on the property. We have busy times throughout the day, which primarily are going to coincide with school hours. And because of how overloaded parking gets during those busy times, where you may or may not be able to find a space in our actual lot, we, because of that, we have advised tenants to use the area of parking that sorry, I didn't catch your name, the President Brian just mentioned, that area where we do have employees parking because they're parked there very regularly throughout the day. We still have issues with our parking lot filling up. And I think the issue here is not necessarily what is happening right now. It's the addition of K through 12, where you're going to have high school students who are parking on site all day. And we're already using a lot of that space for employee parking, and we have a right to, and so does the church. It's essentially shared space because of the easement. So I believe that we really need to take more time to look at this because of the lack of communication that we received with the issues of the address change for our office and all of that. But I think that's beside the point. I think the bottom line is we need more time to be able to go through this because we did not get to be involved in this conversation at all. That is pretty much my main concern is the parking issues. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Angela Young, and I am not a resident of Broomfield, but I frequent Broomfield because I'm a staff member and my kids attend Summit Classical Academy, and they have for the last almost 3 years. That school has been an amazing transformation for my family. They're very well provided for, and I would urge you to support the extension of this temporary building. Excuse me. It has been a welcome adventure to grow and expand within the property that Risen Savior has graciously allowed us to utilize. And my kids are thriving. And we're excited to welcome more kids because clearly we're growing and we have a great deal of interest in enrollment. And I really appreciate just the board and our leaders for their patience through this process and going through all of the necessary steps to get the approval that we need to be able to allow these kids to have thriving environment, enough space. And we're hoping that you will approve this proposal this evening so that we can allow for the fall to launch with space for our kids. I would also say that as an observer, as a staff member, the area where the temporary building is proposed to be, I also have not seen anyone parking there, which could have been a large parking space. The gravel area is only about 50% utilized from my observation. Now that could be debated, but I don't see it at full capacity right now. And our staff is respectful and we stay on the paved area. We don't utilize that gravel area at the moment. We're staying on that paved parking lot to the west side of the building. And also as families, we try to respect where the school asks us to remain. On Fridays, there's a very low level of parking also on that gravel lot. So I hope that you will consider that as you're making your decision this evening. But you hear private faith-based school, and you probably think there's just lots of money for each of the students, but we're really trying to accommodate, and we give a lot of scholarships to students who want to be here. So we have a wide range of financial situations of families. We have a wide range of learning needs that we try to facilitate and help thrive. And so we're excited about what we're doing, and we hope to continue the partnership with Risen Savior and also have a thriving environment for our kids, including space. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Mark Rapp, and I'm a board member at Summit Classical Academy. Excuse me. Thank you for listening. I do appreciate that. I know there's been a lot of talk about the parking and things like that, but from my perspective, and I hopefully convey this to you, our high school numbers are small. We're not going to have huge amounts of high school students driving there, parking there in the near future. I mean, I think next year we're talking less than 10 high school students, 10, 20, something like that. So I do hear the concerns that people have about the parking, but for this time period that we're looking for 3 to 5 years, I don't believe that the concern is there. Now, the north parking lot, the gravel north parking lot that's been referenced, there is people parking there. It's probably, I'm not there every day, but I would say 10, 20 cars. And as mentioned, those are probably the employees from the professional building next door, which is fine. The parking lot where the proposed building is, I have never seen a car parked there at all. And I've been a board member for 3 years. I periodically come and go. I'm probably not the best judge of that, but in all my time, I've never seen a car parked there. It's a gravel lot, as mentioned, it's kind of overtaken by grass and things like that. So I don't think, I hear the concern of the parking, but I don't think it's a big deal from my perspective. I just wanted to bring that point up and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
Roxy Jula Lakumar. So a question has been brought to you for a concern on how this is being handled. In my eyes, and I'm not a lawyer, but as for a resident of this city and county for over 35 years, I call this as a concern for our way of handling business. I don't see how you can even consider even discussing this anymore until it's cleaned up, let alone taking a vote. But as a taxpayer, that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to be heard on this item? All right, then let me check on the phone. Don't see anybody.
I'll just make one more quick point. What was left out is we do have a lot of parking on the east side of the building. And of course, during the week, our congregation is not using that parking. And they're still going to be having classes inside of the church building in addition to the modules. So there will be parking available also on the east side of the building.
Thank you. Would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna, Brianne Sheridan, the property manager for BPC. I just wanted to add another comment because as you can probably imagine, I'm not as prepared as I would have liked to be to speak to you guys today. There's been a lot of comments about the fact that nobody parks in the area where the building is going to be or is proposed to be. That is not what I am talking about when I say that I see a parking issue. I'm talking about the fact that we already have so many people using the space to the north, something that isn't, known by everybody is that we have vacancy at BPC. So we currently have 4 available office spaces that are not being, technically 5, one that is spoken for, that are not being utilized right now. So when we are full, we're going to have more people parking, potentially more employees that need to use that space, and they have the right to use that space because of the easement, because it's essentially shared space. All of the parking, because of the easement, that is a longstanding easement, is shared space. So the issue isn't necessarily what's happening right now. It's what it's going to look like in the future and what the future of this build out is going to do to the parking situation. I think that the ideal situation is that everybody involved, the 2 property owners, are on the same page and know what's going on. And that's not the case right now. So in my mind, what needs to happen is more time for everybody to discuss these issues that we were not given the opportunity to look at until getting that forwarded mail last week. So, I think that, like William said, the goal here is to be good neighbors and everybody to get along and for the school to be able to service the families that need the service. But it needs to be done in a way that it works for everybody. And that, I think, is the bottom line from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Teresa Frazier and I'm the head of school at Summit Classical Academy. Thank you for hearing me. And I agree with what was just said, that we want to make it work for everyone. And since I am there every day, and I've been there every day since the beginning, I do see the amount of parking that there is on the west side, and I have seen how much that they've used. And I also know the students that we're going to have next year. They are 9th and 10th graders. They're not going to be driving. We're not going to have a lot of extra traffic or anything coming. It is a very small amount. And yes, once they get older, there will be more, but we still have quite a bit of parking on the east side as well as the west side in the paved area that does not, won't take up as much space, I think, as is being envisioned. And I do understand that it's a business and you have other people, and I hope you do get those rented out so that you can use more space. But there does seem to be a lot of space, and a lot of space even because I do my walking around to get laps. And I see the amount of parking that's also within the building, not just our extra adjacent, but it seems like we could coexist really well. And we have no intention of causing issues. We really do want this to work well for not only ourselves, but Risen Savior and the office building. So considering the space that is there and where we're going, that there hasn't been anybody parking, I really do think it's adequate, especially considering that we are not we're not Holy Family. As they spoke before. So anyway, I just want you to hear that we do want to work with you, and we're very grateful for you listening to us tonight and hearing other people's opinions. Thanks.
Thank you. And I do appreciate you guys coming, because this is something that I didn't really see in the memo. Go ahead, Mr. Sheridan.
Thank you very much. I guess my feeling is this: the logic here is about, if you agree to this parking conversation, is that it's okay for the city of Broomfield to take our property if it creates a parking solution. And I look at it very simply. It is a public taking of private property without proper process, because I do own the property of 6,400 feet that will be used all the time. I don't think a lot of people here probably have a 6,400 square foot house. We have to maintain and we pay for snow plowing. Actually, we've never built it through. I didn't know about that feature of the easement until recently, but we pay for 60% of all the snow plowing on that road. Actually, in the last 2.5 years, we pay for 100% of it. That has to be accessed by the church and by the school. We also have to pay for any upkeep and damage to the road that happens. More cars, the more damage. And what we have here is a council that's poised to take real estate from us to allow for parking for somebody else. It makes no sense. There is no logic in that because there's adequate parking, Mr. Sheridan and Mrs. Sheridan, we can take your property and give it to somebody else to use. Does not make any sense to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Jesse Winteringer. My kids go to Summit Classical Academy. I'm not a resident of Broomfield, but obviously frequent here often. And my wife actually works off of, she works right by 10th and Sheridan at the Edward Jones office there. So we are here quite often. I guess what I'll say is my kids go there. I have an elementary school student. I have a middle school student that will be starting middle school this year. Without the improvement of this building, I know my middle school children are she's not gonna get as good of an education as she could, because they're gonna be cramped in the building that they currently are in. Approving this would be a great thing for not just my kid, but for all the other kids that are gonna be there. And like I said, you can see the numbers, you can see how much is growing. And I'm just concerned if you guys do not approve this, like it's going to do the exact opposite thing to this school. People are going to go away because they don't have the education that they're getting right now. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right. So I would like to see, because I'm really confused about the placement of this with not having a map in the memo of where the Broomfield Professional Campus is in relation to this, and this driveway that looks like it's owned by one entity, but it's used by another. So Ms. Rogers, can you or somebody help shed some light on this, because this seems a little bit more complicated? than it appeared.
Thank you. Could we have the presentation, the map that shows the site plan? I think that might be helpful. I don't remember which page it was. So I'll say the church property with the school is located directly at the corner. So it has about 8.5-ish acres right at the corner. And the office complex is directly to the west. And they have a shared driveway. In terms of property lines, it is located half on the church property and half on the office property. There is a shared easement between the two property owners. And so that private easement, Broomfield is not a party to that easement, but it is a private agreement between the two property owners for the shared driveway. And then it also addresses shared parking. If we could have the site plan, so it'll be the black and white drawing. So I think this shows it. The half of the driveway is on just running up the side of the left side of the image. And then the other side of the driveway, the other half of that driveway is on the professional campus. And you can actually see the property line is a dashed line that is running down the middle of that driveway. What this doesn't show is any limitations of a private easement. That's not something that we would depict. That's a private property agreement between the two parties. That we don't have an enforcement mechanism of, but this is showing the property line and where the shared driveway is. And then what they were explaining was that there are areas that are shown as permanent parking. They're the ones with the striped parking spaces, but there are extensions of the parking that are used in gravel, which is where this building is located, and also to the north of it, where they do some overflow parking. And then some of the speakers this evening were mentioning that there is parking there, even in non-overflow events, but it is utilized at other times.
I can't really make out that map. I'm sorry. I'm looking for one that somebody showed me that was on our Broomfield Voice page that Austin showed me that was more. Oh, it's on the assessor's page. Oh. Okay, well, I'm just really confused right now because I didn't realize there were two properties involved with this, evidently.
Mayor,
Ms. Rogers.
This building is on the church property. The easement is involved with the property, but it doesn't make the neighboring property owner an owner of that property. The owner of the property is the church, the entirety where the schoolroom's going to be.
Okay.
So Ms. Burton-Zetti mentioned that this is an easement agreement between two private parties, and Broomfield is not the enforcer of easement agreements. While one of the criteria you consider in approving or denying an applicant is the impact on the neighbors, it is not your role to sit as judge as to what an easement says or doesn't say. And that's not a document that I believe is in the record just yet. And I would advise that it is not, again, it is not your role to interpret that legal contract, that easement between the parties.
No, but I'm concerned about notification. So can you maybe go into a little more detail as to why they weren't notified?
Sure. And I see Ms. Burton-Zetti going, if you want to start. I do believe that although, well, I have two thoughts that I'll start with, that we acknowledge the address issue. You also have the parties here tonight making comment, being able to participate in this proceeding. You are hearing their viewpoint. So while we don't agree that there's any code violation and code was followed for this notice, although I know the neighbors disagree, they are here tonight to provide their input to you. So there is no, I guess, issue that we can remedy. I mean, we're giving people what When we have notification issues, the way we remedy that is making sure that person can come and speak to you so you can hear them. They are here tonight to speak to you. Ms. Burton-Setti, did you want to add anything about the notification?
Really, I think that that clarified it unless there were any other follow-up questions regarding the notification.
No, I'm not going to continue monopolizing this process, but thank you for indulging me. I brought up some questions and I figured. We've closed public comments for now. We're going to go into council questions, but thank you. Going on to council questions and we'll go to Heidi Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. All of this is just now coming to our desk and I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with this, not having all of this notification. I know that this is the part for questioning and opinion is later, but this part will lead into my questioning. Discovery Christian Church, if you guys remember them, next door to you guys, they tried to do a lot of affordable housing nearby. It got shot down. The reason why is because the church did not do a good job of being a good neighbor and going door to door. So what they did is they went door to door after that and they got buy-in from the neighbors. That is the best way possible. And if I could tell every church in Broomfield to do that, that's the way to go about this. It makes me sad that two property owners, one was moving forward without the other one being notified. That's not being a good neighbor. And I think if you're just adding the building, it's not just adding the building. I live there too. Actually, orthodontist is there, my dentist is there. I have a hard time parking over there actually, and my chiropractor was over there for a long time. I've actually had to park on the east side in that parking lot. So to say that there isn't a parking issue where there already is, if you look over that medical, anecdotally though, we don't look at things necessarily anecdotally up here. So I'm hearing on both sides saying, hey, that parking is never open. And here we hear on the other side anecdotally, but we listen to numbers and data. So my question is, has staff addressed any possible traffic studies in that area? I even think that road eventually might deserve some sort of light. I have a hard time even taking a left there. I never take a left there anymore.
Council member, there was a traffic study that was completed with the application, but if your question is more in regards to 144th Avenue, I would have to follow up with you regarding any recent counts for the roadway.
Okay. Yeah, with the expansion of that area, and I know that maybe we're just talking about one particularly smaller property, but I think adding more traffic on that side is definitely deserves its own traffic study on 144th. And then I'm also concerned with, the LERC hearing. I don't think you guys were notified before the LERC hearing. And so if there's land use that they were not notified on, that's a huge red flag for me. So I'll be a hard no tonight unless an act of God comes along. I'm not really sure. But, and as a Christian, I get it. I understand you guys want to build this place. We've had to do that on Discovery Christian Church land, and it was very difficult. But part of being a good neighbor is also communicating with those property owners that you guys have partnerships with. And I encourage that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henkel. Councilmember Cohen?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I had one follow-up on Councilmember Henkel's question about process. Do we not put out public notification signage for these type of requests, or this is only done by postcard?
Council member, we followed our standard procedures, which is the notification is by mail. There are signs on the property and there is a public notice in the paper as well.
So there is signage on the property?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. As Councilmember Henkel referenced, there's an issue with process, but I'm curious also as to two other issues. Because we're talking about 3 to 5 years, and generally, I think everybody knows a temporary building usually goes far beyond proposed 3 to 5 years and could easily be 10. Traffic, I think, is an issue, having more and more school traffic on 144th turning off. I'm curious if there's been any discussion about using federal. If anybody uses South Lowell toward the Academy at 120th knows what a lack of planning Westminster did. And the backup in the mornings going into the Academy is awful. Now they have right now 5 times more students, but it sounds like you have a very aggressive growth plan. So down the road, are we going to have a massive traffic problem on 144th and Federal? I'm not sure that's been addressed, because I do think even though this is one building, I think we want to look far down in terms of long-term plans. And that leads me to my question is, I wasn't here in 2020, But when this school was first begun, was there agreement or discussion about parking? Were there parking requirements established with the addition of a school to this property? What impact that would have? Because I'm sure initially, and they can tell me differently, the Broomfield Professional Center thought they'd be parking weekdays during business hours and the church would use Sunday, weekends and evenings, and there wouldn't be a conflict. But obviously the school creates a conflict. So I'm just curious, and I'm trying to be more specific in my question, but what are the parking minimums? Are they met? Do we have a parking issue with these two properties with the current proposed use?
So I think your question had a few different parts.
Yes.
One was when the school was first started, it was an extension, considered an extension of the religious use. We have a few schools in Broomfield that are co-located with the churches. And there was adequate parking at the site for the church with the accessory use of the school during the day. We would not have we don't have the knowledge of whether they reached out to the adjacent property owner and talked about the easement and the change that they were having at their site. We wouldn't be party to that. So I don't know whether that happened at that time. We have the analysis in the memorandum regarding the parking as it is this evening with the school expansion for the temporary use. They are asking for a variance. That's explained in the memo. And if they were to expand permanently on the site, we would have to then look at how the parking minimums are met at that time. But generally, we, in reviewing the parking that's on the site, I should say, because of the different hours of operation of the school versus the church, even with the parking variance, we feel that there is adequate parking on the site for this significantly adequate parking for the school as it is on the site with the church there at opposite hours.
So with the variance, they're allowed to have more parking, correct? They're asking for more parking with this addition of this building.
They are not providing any additional parking and they are not meeting parking minimums if you were to be strictly two uses at their peak. So if the church and the school were at the same time, I'm going to look at her too. Yes, Shelby, and she's confirming.
But do we have any estimates of how much parking this will generate, especially as grades are added?
I would have to get those numbers. I think they are in the memorandum, but
Did I miss that?
I'll ask Ms. Donahoe to look at that for a moment.
Yes.
So the requirement for the number of spaces needed for the school expansion and the church would be 181 spaces. Right now, there's 143 paved spaces on the site. That does not count the gravel lot. That is just the paved spaces that we count towards that parking number.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you. The issue is fundamentally the parties need to talk to each other. Can we please defer this issue until the parties talk to each other and can come back with their joint proposal, please?
I'll look at our staff.
So
Ms. Rogers?
Council could continue this hearing. The proposal will always be by the landowner. So the council can ask about outreach to neighbors, can talk about conversations that they've had, but to request a joint proposal necessarily isn't within council's authority. It's only the property owner that can submit the application, but a continuance is definitely within council's purview.
Yeah, and I appreciate the nuance, but the point is the parties haven't talked to each other. They need to.
Thank you. We'll continue with council member questions and then we'll get back to that. Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my only question, I have a couple questions. One is, we're discussing the expansion building. So this question relates to staff is, has staff found any concerns or issues with the expansion building itself? Or really any concerns about the parking situation?
No, in this instance, staff has not identified any key concerns with the building itself or with the parking.
Got it. And have there been any additional public sessions for the public to, talk about any issues that they have?
We did have the neighborhood meeting that was hosted by the applicant. That was back in 2021.
Okay.
We've hosted the Broomfield Voice page, and then the Land Use Review Commission held their public hearing, and then this hearing this evening.
Thank you. I guess my only comments is, I agree with council member Leslie, the developers, the owners should discuss with each other. At present, I mean, if staff hasn't found any issues, I think I'm supportive of the expansion building and recognize that that might not be in favor for some of the developers here. But again, we're discussing just about the expansion building, not about the parking. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions. I actually appreciate that. Councilmember Leslie brought forward the potential to delay this to a future date. A couple questions here that we have to consider is what is the deadline that the school is working towards to have this building open in time for the fall session? It's frustrating that we haven't seen this communication yet. And I am wondering if there's any way we could come to an agreement tonight that would keep some of that parking, the north half of that lot open, like no students would park there, no staff would park there. It would remain fully open to the business park. And like Councilmember Henkel, I actually frequent that building, and it is difficult to find parking there during the peak hours at the orthodontist. And it's also it's impossible. I would never take a left out of that parking lot. So there are some challenges that we do need to consider. And I wish this had been more thought had been putting this ahead of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question is going to go to the applicant. I know our staff had mentioned there's 143-ish paved parking spaces. How many of those spaces do you guys actually use during the day?
So we have 11 full-time employees. We have another 10 part-time employees. And then the church has 2, 3, 4 throughout the day. So that is what we usually have, 25, 30 parking spots per day is what we currently take up.
Okay. And I assume once you guys start adding the high school, 11th and 12th grades, they'll probably start driving. How many are you anticipating being in those grades during the 25 and 26 school year, I think is what you indicated on your presentation?
So if you're familiar with any religious high school besides Holy Family or besides Valor down in that high school section is usually pretty small. We're going to be heavily, K through 5 is going to be our big full classrooms, and then it gets smaller as we go. So my assumption is we may have at 2026, 2025, 2026, 2026, 2027, may have somewhere between 25 to 30 drivers.
Okay. I think those are pretty much all my questions.
And may I make one more comment? A lot of our staff parks on the east side closer to Federal because they're coming in through the east entrance, not the west entrance.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Lim.
I appreciate Councilmember Leslie's comment, but I have other specific questions. The way the layout is designed, did staff not have any trouble with the fact that there might be students passing from one building to another through the parking lot? Was that not a concern?
That was discussed at the Land Use Review Commission hearing. The applicant indicated at that time that the older students would most likely be using that exterior building. And so there would be less safety concerns with older students traveling back and forth between the classrooms and the main building.
Okay. It has a a variance for a 25-foot setback from the street. Is that allowed normally for a school? Was on a busy thoroughfare.
We don't differentiate typically in setbacks between the different types of uses. Whether it was a school or a business or any other type of use. Typically, the code is set up that it can be whatever the allowed uses are, that setback is established. At least that's the way it is done in Broomfield typically. So no, there wouldn't be any specific concerns from a zoning perspective regarding placing the building closer to the right of way.
Is there any consideration of the reduction in setback with the fabrication of the building? This is a temporary building. Is there any, I'm not even talking school here, I'm talking any kind of building where the car could jump the curb and hit the building closer?
There is not.
Okay. And what kind of follow-up would there be if this is a temporary building? Is there any follow-up from the city? If Councilmember Cohen referred to temporary buildings become longer usage sometimes. So is there any follow-up to the city said, we approved it for under the conditions we thought were 3 to 5 years as temporary, and what would happen if it went longer?
Yes. Okay. So the site plan does specify that if the applicant would like to extend that 5-year period, they would need to go back through the hearing process and go to the Land Use Review Commission. So they are limited currently to the 5-year period. And just as a point of clarification, that 25-foot setback is to the property line. There's an additional 20 feet, 25 feet or so to the actual street there as well.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a couple questions for the applicant and a question for staff as well. So to the applicant, there was a PUD SDP approved for a building in 2009, which was not this temporary building. Why is that building not moving forward and this temporary building being put in its place?
That was a decision by the church to not move forward with that expansion at that time.
Okay, do you anticipate that to either you or the church, do you anticipate that building at some point being moved forward, or is this the decision in at least in the near future?
I'll let the church answer that one.
Thanks.
As the church might grow and we may have need for additional Sunday school classrooms or other additional facilities, we still have those plans. I think they were initially approved some time ago, but we didn't follow up on them to complete that building program. Most of that building would have been to the north of the existing building. We would have classrooms, and I think we were actually even considering putting in a gymnasium type facility too for athletics and whatnot.
Okay.
But we did not follow up on those.
Thank you for those comments. To staff, so I'm trying to get some clarification. If the 2009 approved building does move forward in the future, if the applicant would like to move that approved SDP forward, would that be possible for them to do without a hearing in the future, or because this has been amended to replace that building with this temporary building, would they have to come back for approval of that 2009 approved SDP?
Mayor Pro Tem, it's a little bit of a complicated question just because if they were going to be moving forward with it while the temporary use was still on the site, we would want to do a full parking analysis and see how the site could be utilized. From our discussions with the church, it's highly unlikely that that would be overlapping, but we would have to look at it at the time. If both were to remain, if they came in tomorrow, let's say, and said, we're going to move forward with that proposal, I do think that we would have to look at what type of variances would be necessary, and it would likely trigger some type of public hearing, whether that's an informal or formal process to amend the site development plan to address the shortage of parking if they were to overlap, which seems highly unlikely given our conversations.
Okay, All right, that helps. To the applicant, I'm trying to get some clarification on this easement. So is the easement just for the driveway, the shared easement for the driveway between the church and the school and the property owner to the, what is that, the west? Is it just for the driveway, or does this involve the parking lot as well?
I'm not familiar with the actual agreement. My understanding was it was just for parking and the driveway coming in.
My understanding of the agreement is we allow for parking in that northwest lot for the professional building because they do have limited parking within their office space. And we have, once again, we have seldom seen anyone parking in the southwest lot, which is why we kind of chose that location, because we thought it would be more advantageous for the school to be located there. So we did not conflict with or have any interruption in their ability to park in that northwest lot. I would also note that since they've improved 144th, I think maybe people don't remember that used to be a 2-lane country road, and now it's a superhighway. And one of the things that Broomfield did do and do well was they put a sidewalk, a nice wide sidewalk in front. So if the students had to walk between the building, they could go down to the sidewalk, walk on the sidewalk, and then walk right back into the church, because we have connecting sidewalks to that public sidewalk as well. And I would also like to compliment Broomfield on the way that they handled the 144th Avenue expansion, because the traffic flow is great. I know it's difficult making that turn, that left turn. Sunday, it's not too bad, Sunday morning. But anyway, so, and all the landscaping and everything they did there to make sure the property still looked very nice.
Okay, well, I appreciate all that. I just want to clarify. So the parking lot, hold on just a second, to the church president, I believe. So the parking lot, both the south or the southwest parking lot, the northwest parking lot, both of those properties are owned by the church. The only parking lot that has an easement is the northwest parking lot.
Northwest parking lot is what we've granted. We've granted the office, a professional office building, the ability to park their cars there. Of course, they're during the week. We're only there on Sundays.
Right, thank you. To Mr. Sheridan,
Thank you very much.
If you can come to the microphone, I do have a question for you as well. So hold on, I have a question. So if I can ask my question. So is your understanding of the easement, it is just for the driveway and then it is just for that northwest parking lot?
No, that's completely incorrect. First off, the planning department has a copy of the easements, and so does everybody on council. I saw it on the exhibits today. So the easements are all in the public record. As to what the easement actually states, it states that from about 2007 and for 60 years, the driveway is a shared driveway. The maintenance of the driveway is 60-40 split, where the office buildings pay for 60% of the maintenance, more specifically snow plowing, and the church pays for 40%. As to the easements, they're called a reciprocal easement, and that means that it goes both ways. So we, being Broomfield Professional Campus, have granted to the church through 2067 full easement to access our parking lots and park at will anytime they want, okay? And similarly, they have granted to us through 2067, June of 2067, the right to park anywhere on their parking areas as we desire. And like I said, those easements are a matter of public record. They're in your record now. And so that's the black and white of the lease itself. And I would say, you know, as I've said before, I'll reiterate, granting this is taking 6,400 square feet of our property and expanding the use of the easement without, we are essentially should be an applicant along with the church, and we should work it out.
Thank you for
Thank
that.
you very much.
I have one additional follow-up question for you, Mr. Sheridan.
Thank you.
So before 2 weeks ago, when you said that you had a conversation with Summit, when you became knowledgeable about this plan with Summit Classical Academy and the church, did you have a conversation before those 2 weeks ago with them about this plan?
This is an awful way to meet. I've spoken with Jay a couple of times because they wanted to try to lease some space and they've been working really hard at that. I have never met anybody from the church ever. I didn't find out anything about this until the middle of last week when the postcard came in with the, hey, tell them you changed your address note on it. And I did follow up and make sure, and you have proof that we notified the city of the change of address. And we put a water bill in there to show that the water department at least got it, changed our address and promptly.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I have
Thank
one
you.
follow-up question with the applicant. The same question. Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Was there a discussion with the SF Invest with Mr. Sheridan or with anyone with the business park about these plans before 2 weeks ago when they learned about it?
No, there was not. We followed the protocol that the planning department had given us for notification for them. But as soon as we did see Mr. Sheridan's email, I did reach out multiple times last week, this week, to try to talk to him about it.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. That's all my questions, Mayor.
All right, thank you. We'll go to second round, starting with Councilmember Ward.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. One of the variances that the applicant is requesting is the bike parking reduction. Can the church provide me information on how much bike parking you already have on the property, if any?
I seldom come in the east interest, but if my mind is, I believe there's a bike rack on the east side. Am I correct or incorrect? You don't think there is?
Is there? Don't know.
We're not certain. I normally come in on the west side and I know there's not a bike rack on the west side. I seldom come in on the east side and I could have swore I saw one, but obviously I'm wrong. So, but if we need to put a bike rack in, we will make sure that we will work with Summit to make sure that happens.
No worries. Thank you for that. And then Ms. Rogers, I just have a clarification question for you because I think, in my opinion, we're taking quite incorrectly. So can you clarify that for us, please?
Councilmember Ward, I'm going to limit this because this is me giving council legal advice on somebody making an allegation against council, but I do not believe that approving this application would violate anyone's constitutional rights. And I don't think it amounts to a taking based on the easement document.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you. I just have a question for our city and county attorney. If we were to postpone this hearing and move it to a later date and hopefully they communicate better, would this mean that it would also be kicked back to LURC? Or if we vote no today, would it then be kicked back to LURC? Because LURC never knew about all of this. So that's my concern, is if we postpone it, that LURC will not have these parties as the same type of hearing. That's my concern.
So let me preface my answer by saying the city has met its obligations in the code for notification, as Ms. Burton-Zetti explained to Councilmember Cohen about what they did. It's okay that council's hearing looks different than the LURC hearing. Different people show up for different hearings. Council's options are approve, deny, remand to LURC. So if you continue, you can continue to a council hearing. You could remand for LURC so that they're able to maybe hold another hearing where additional people might show up so they can hear it. So you have a lot of options on the table. So once again, that would be approve, deny, continue the council hearing, remand to LURC. And then if it was remanded to LURC, it would eventually come back up to council.
And then after it goes to LURC, let's say we do a remand to LURC, would it then come back to council?
It would.
then? Okay. Then I make a motion to remand to LURC. Can we do that now?
It depends on if,
Are we done with
Mayor, you
questioning?
wanted to entertain a motion at this point if we're done with questioning.
Yeah, what is the timing on that if we remand to LURC?
Well, as council knows, and Ms. Burton said he might be coming up, Lurk's calendar is also pretty full, as is the council calendar. So that we'd have to take a minute to look at calendars to see what that would mean as far as timing.
Yeah, my first option would be remand to Lurk, and then if we can't do that, I'd have to be a no today. So I'd rather go back to remand to Lurk.
For those who don't know, LURC is the Land Use Review Commission.
Thank you. Looking at the fact that we would need to repeat public hearing notification. So that takes us about 10 to 15 days to complete. The first available date would likely be at the end of July. And then we'd need to look for an available meeting agenda for the city council, which is challenging for sometime later in August or September.
Okay. I feel like what I know now, and I feel like Lurk would want to have another property owner that shares that space of at least having that easement. I feel like that I would like to remand it to Lurk.
All right, then is that a second? Is there a second? If I do this wrong. Okay, so we have to finish the question and answer my Mayor Pro Tem has advised me before we can entertain a motion. So that would probably happen after we have to take a vote first and then do it during discussion, or can she do that?
I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem. If the questions are done, we should close the public hearing, and then it would be a time to entertain motions.
Okay, Councilmember Anderson, did you have a question?
Yes, I actually do have a question because I forgot to wait for an answer last time.
Okay.
And so I'm just curious about the schedule that the school is on. And what was this, were you intending to have this building open for this upcoming fall season, or is there a long lead time? I'm just kind of curious about the timing on the building and those needs.
Sooner the better for us, because we still need to go through permitting. We still need to, whether we're building a temporary building, whether we find one that's already constructed that we need to bring in, scheduling. So it's already a process. So we'd like it to be up as close to the beginning of the school year for us, you know, that our teachers are coming back the first week of August, which we're probably not going to hit at this point. But as close as we can get to that, we can make some temporary stuff work at the church, but the sooner the better is what we're looking for.
Okay, and then my second question is kind of for both parties. I'm just wondering, before we go through this whole process of sending this back to Lurk and extending this out even further, I mean, just like, is this easily overcome? Like, do we think that like if both parties went out there, could you come back with a amicable agreement on how this is going to work? Like, so that no one's, the shared parking is working out and all the agreements, or do we have to, like, how painful do we have to make this? Like, it'd be really nice to know from both parties that you could come back and just say, hey, we have an agreement here and we can skip this whole Lurk process. I don't, or is that an option? Maybe that's a question for our attorney as well. Like if we managed to Lurk, but they came back with a shared agreement in the near term, could we then skip that? Could we change that plan?
That would be a different option, Councilmember Anderson, and I guess it would be an approval with condition, because if you deny, you just deny outright. If you approve with the condition that they must have an agreement related to this easement dispute, that would be an option, and we would just have to hold permits or authorizations for building until we saw that easement agreement. But I think your question about, is this even possible of the differing property owners, is a good one.
So I guess if we could hear from both SF Invest and either the church, I guess the church or the school combined, from both of you, like, do you think that's, how doable is that? Like, if we just waited till there's an agreement in place and then we could move forward?
We're willing to work with them. We thought moving to this location that is not interfering with any of their parking was us working with them to, because we heard concerns when we first we're proposing putting it on the north dirt lot. So that's why we proposed this, thinking it wasn't going to interfere with them. So I don't know, you'd have to ask Mr. Sheridan.
That'd be great. I know we're kind of putting you on the spot, like this is.
That's okay.
this is great.
My wife and I, I don't know, if she shakes her head the wrong way, I'll be concerned. But in any event, the way I feel is this, I am concerned about the location of the building because of its proximity to our paved lot that's just a few feet away from it. And I'm also concerned only because I've been in this business for a while, owning real estate. And I can tell you that that's a fast moving street and cars move into that driveway at a pretty high rate of speed. And if that building blocks any view of other people that are in a hurry going out the other way, it could be bad. And I think anybody that's been on the property could verify traffic on 144th can be pretty fast. And if you block that, that would be a concern. It's no hard stop for me. My problems in a more theoretical sense are, for me to make an informed decision, we have right now about 4,500 square feet out of 57,000 rentable square feet on the property that are vacant. When they fill up and build out, I'll give you an example. The orthodontist's office there, she sees 70 people a day. It's like a revolving door. The pediatric clinic, ditto, they have 14 treatment rooms. So there's just constant traffic coming onto the property. So I would need to look at the built out volume of traffic, and I'd have to compare that with the school's built out volume of total students when all the classrooms are put in order to make an informed decision about how to move forward. But I'm pretty sure we can make a deal. I don't need any enemies next door to me, and they're nice folks. I just think it was kind of unfortunate that we weren't contacted a lot sooner.
Sure. Well, Councilmember Anderson and Mr. Sheridan, so under what circumstances would you be able to grant that access? What does that look like?
I guess my hard stop right now is the location of the building and the proximity to a fully improved and landscaped parking lot that's really, really close to it. And nobody can control people's behaviors when they park. They're going to park where they want to park. And I don't like being a policeman.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Would you like to do a follow-up? Maybe we can settle this.
Sure. I would really like to see that one of the challenges we're facing is in order for them to be able to accept their incoming class, which is bigger than the previous class, they really need to have this building. And I think we can work out ways of saying, hey, you can only park here. And we're good Lutherans, so we do what we're told to do. And I feel the same way towards Jay, that whatever commitments we make as to where we park and how we park, and understanding that the hours, that the northwest lot will be busy. We're not even gonna go there. We're just gonna tell people you are not allowed to park in that northwest lot under any conditions. And we would have adequate parking because remember, a lot of the people that are going to that school are elementary school kids. And the last time I checked, we weren't passing out driver's licenses to elementary school kids. So I think they're going to have parents dropping them off. We do have a drive around across the back of the property that we could use for drop-offs. So, for the east side, and also for them to drain out and go out the other way. So we do have some traffic accommodations to make sure that we have good flow through that parking lot and out through that common road easement.
Thank you. So one last question for Mr. Sheridan. If they were to restrict access to that northwest parking lot to the school traffic, would that be something that you could be okay with? And please come up to the podium. I'm trying to make a deal that works for everyone.
I guess my concern is just, I've been doing this since about 1986. And it's really hard to control people and their behaviors. I have to answer your question with a question. How much lateral movement is possible in the location of that building in moving it closer to the church itself.
Could ask
Because I think
the-
that's the solution.
Okay. Is
And,
Burton-
and some data about, the populations, how many cars, when both facilities are fully built out.
All right, anybody want to address that?
So I think I did answer that when we're full with the high school, again, I think we have maybe 20, 30 parking students. And then we have our, we'll add some more full-time staff. So my assumption is we'd probably take no more than 50 of the parking spots. And I don't know the parking breakouts, but I believe the east side parking lot holds close to 50. So we could request most of our staff to park on that side. Mr. Sheridan says that they can't control people. We're a school. That's what we do. We teach people to do what they're supposed to do. So we could make sure that north dirt parking lot, and that's what we intended to do, that's why we were putting the building on this side. Our people don't park on that north side anyways. Our understanding is that that's been for the office buildings anyways. We'll even put up, I don't know, signs or something, say not school parking for that side.
And as to the planners, how about the movement of the building itself as far as the location of the temporary structure? Is there any room to move that at all based on comments from the public in the past?
Ms. Burton-Zetti?
Sorry about that. So the edge of the temporary building is, the east side of it is right up against the existing paved parking lot. So if it were to move any further east, it would be it would displace existing permanent parking spaces in the paved lot.
Got it. All right. Are you still on Lori or no? Are you done? Because I have James now.
No, I think I'm good. I think, I guess one final question for our attorney. If we were to allow this, just to say, can you come back with an agreement and they can't come back with an agreement, then could we then hold, I don't know what to, like.
That's a good question, Councilmember Anderson. So a property owner has the ability to submit the application they want to submit to council. As we've talked about, council doesn't control what applications come before it. So you could advise the applicant tonight, hey, next time we see you, you better have an agreement with your neighbor. The applicant might come back in the future and say, we weren't able to come to an agreement, but here's our application anyways, and we want you to consider it. And then at that time, council would consider the application, including the criteria that addresses impacts on neighbors.
I'd like to go that route.
All right, thank you. I have some first-time Councilmember Marsh Holshin. Sorry for the wait. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question for Ms. Burton-Zetti. Given the applicant's comments that they wanted to get this done before the school starts, is that realistic? I mean, given your experience, if we approve this tonight, is it really realistic that they would have the permits and construction done in a month?
It depends on the way that they proceed with the construction in response to that question. So they've mentioned that they may be able to find a unit that is pre-constructed that they can move onto the site, and that would certainly expedite the construction within the site. They'd still have to go through our permitting process. But if they needed to stick build on the site or reassembles a pre-made structure on the site, that could take longer, and that would certainly prove more challenging. So a lot of it depends on how they proceed to that next step. And then I did want to add that the applicant had mentioned to clarify the last question about whether it could be moved to the east. He thinks that there is about 10 feet of movement, that they'd be happy to move it to that edge of the parking. It's not much, but that is about the wiggle room that they've got before the paved area.
Okay, thank you. I think for me, I would be more comfortable sending this back to Lurk. Negotiating on the dais is, as we've all talked about in the past, not necessarily a good idea. So I'd like to see us have them go back and take a different shot at it later. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Alexis Marshall's chat.
Thank you. So if this is the issue, if we just need to give you guys some time to get to an agreement between neighbors, it wouldn't need to go back to the Land Use Review Commission. We could just, what's the word? Continue it to a date certain and give you guys time to work out the particulars. I just wanted to add that. I know. Councilmember Cohen.
I was going to say what Councilmember Marshall was saying, is I don't think we can negotiate this from the dais and then it should go back to Lurk, because notably in the memo, the discussion of parking was simply between the church and the school. And there was no discussion of the neighbors to the west. And more that I look at this proposal, it seems folly that we're putting the school on the where it is simply because that's where the gravel is, when it seems much safer to put it closer to Federal and to figure out the parking problem with the BPC on the west side, which apparently is probably not going to go down, but may get worse in the future, especially if the school's growing. So I don't know if there is a motion to remand, I believe, right?
Well, not yet. It didn't count because we weren't finished with questioning, so we have
Okay.
to close.
Are we
the
done with
hearing
questioning?
first. We'll see. I'll ask. Any other questions from council? All right, so then I will declare the public hearing closed. The next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2024-67. Will the clerk please read the proposed resolution by title?
Resolution number 2024-67, approving the Risen Savior Lutheran Church filing number 1 site development plan amendment.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Henkel?
Thank you. Is this the point where I can remand or do we have to? Okay.
You can
I
make
didn't
the
know it was a
motion
substitute
at this
motion.
time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I move to remand this to Lurk for the sheer fact that we're talking about moving buildings now. And our land use review committee needs to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Henkel? Or no, is that just still up from before?
It's still up, but I know you want us to do a small discussion on this. The reason why I'm
You don't
moving.
have to, but you can.
Well, I think it's important. I think anytime we try to do this from the dais and we try to rush things, it's not, it doesn't move well. It doesn't bode well. And I actually don't think that they're going to partner very well if we push things along on our terms. I think we need to push things along the terms that are fair to all. And I think Lurk did not hear the other part of the owner's story. And I think that that is a huge issue for me. If I were on the Lurk board, I would be disturbed to know that part of this application was not really brought forth by both owners of the property, A, and then B, we also, I feel we need to do a traffic study alongside 144th as well with all of that traffic heading in towards the school. And if we're talking about moving an entire building, I really feel like that's a land use review committee hearing. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. The way I heard the discussion is moving the building maybe 10 feet, but if we're talking about different location, that changes things. But I would actually prefer if we went the route of continuing to a date certain, or sorry, to continue to a date certain to allow the applicant and the adjacent owners to work out an agreement, assuming it can be somewhere in that area. So I guess, I'm not sure how this works, but if I vote no, it'd be because I'd want to vote for an alternative option. So I guess I'll be voting no. Thank you.
That's fair. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Like some of my colleagues have said, I completely disagree with us trying to legislate or negotiate from the dais. That's not our job to negotiate or be the negotiator between two private parties. That's for them to figure out. I don't entirely agree with sending it back to Lurk. I think we should just continue it to a date certain, let them, the two parties, figure out how to best negotiate this. And if they can't come out with a negotiation, then we decide the project based on its merits. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Real quickly, just to address the issue of remanding to Lurk, I think Mr. Sheridan's brought up, who was not at the previous hearing, some really important points about the speed on 144th, people exiting and entering that particular driveway. the amount of traffic on that area, the safety issues, I think is worthy of going back to a full hearing with Lurk. We want safety first and foremost. I don't want to delay the school in any way. My wife's a teacher. I know what that all entails, but I do think this could be a long-term change to this corner eventually, and I think we need to do it properly then. So I would argue that I think a Lurk hearing is the proper course, considering the issues that have been raised.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you. I'm going to support my two colleagues here not to go to Lurk. I think that could happen later. I also use one of the businesses at that site, and I also understand the traffic and the parking issues. But I am also concerned about trying to get this thing moved along. And I frankly think that they can resolve whatever the issues are and get the project going rather than having to go back through the Lurk and that whole process. But I do think probably that needs to happen given the traffic issues that have already been mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Hinckley, you've already spoken, but I guess this is second.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that it can't go back to Lurk. So once we move it forward, it cannot go back to Lurk. So I think you're actually on the side of remanding back to Lurk. So thank you.
I don't want to get it in my throat.
All right, so I'm going to go to Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf next.
Thank you, Mayor. So it sounds like that if we were to refer this back to Lurk, that there are two big things, an updated easement agreement so that we don't get into this place again in the future, that we understand that is moving forward and that there aren't concerns about property ownership, and then the safety concerns around the roadway and parking lot. So I would like to see those things worked out if it does succeed and go back to Lurk tonight.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion on the amendment? All right, no, then we will go ahead and vote on Councilmember Henkel's amendment or motion to remand this item back to Lurk. So we can vote using our electronic device. So council members, please enter your vote. Oh, Councilmember Marshallson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay. All council members have entered their vote. Oh, that's a tie. I'm going to vote against sending it back to Lurk because I think that we should just let them have time to do the agreement and postpone it to a date certain, which we have. So anybody want to make that motion? Councilmember Leslie.
I make that motion.
So the motion would be to move it to a date certain to give the parties time to finesse their agreement. Is that adequate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I said.
Yeah, perfect. And is there a second? Councilmember Ward.
Second the motion.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, we've discussed this. All in favor? Please cast your vote electronically. I don't know why I said all in favor. That's an old habit when we used to raise our hands. All right, so Councilmember Marshallson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. All council members have entered their vote and that passes 7-3. So.
Thank you. And that date for the record, Mayor, we've moved some things around. That will be July 30th.
July 30th. We will see you guys again and everything will be perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you all for showing up and we appreciate hearing from everybody. I hope this leads to a better resolution. Councilmember Leslie.
Yeah, I think we were talking here too. I think that there is a need for a traffic study and I understand that it may not go back to Lurk, may not need to go back to Lurk, but there probably will be a need in the near future for a traffic study and the other part, particularly if they're going to build a permanent school, which is your goal, but you're going to be in a temporary situation for the next several years. That would give us time to do that study. So I'm kind of supporting my colleague here that would be useful, would be valuable, would be important. And again, we're talking about the safety of the students and of the staff that are both at the church and at the school itself too, as well as all the people like us who use businesses in that location. So I would encourage city manager to think about maybe at some point in the very near future to do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you all very much. So we'll give people time to leave, and what time is it? Yeah, let's go ahead and take our 10-minute recess now. It's 7:49, 7:50, we'll say. And we'll be back at 8 o'clock to take up the next item, 7B, on mixed-use TOD zoning. Thank you. Good evening and welcome back to part 2 of the city council meeting. We are now on item 7B, ordinance number 2222, mixed use, TOD, and rezoning changes, first reading. So the next item under action items this evening, I'm giving everybody a chance to get to their seat, is council's consideration of first reading and proposed ordinance number 2222 related to mixed use and transit-oriented developments. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. Brandon Rowe, Principal Planner, and Anna Burtonzetti, Co-Director of Community Development and Planning Director. That's a mouthful every time we say that. Mr. Rowe, introduce us to this item and walk us through, if you would, please.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. My name is Brandon Rowe. I'm a Principal Planner in the Community Development Department. Could I get the next slide, please? Tonight is the first reading of proposed ordinance number 2222 related to the creation of new transit-oriented development and 2 new mixed-use zone districts. This discussion has been ongoing for approximately 18 months with City Council. So the presentation this evening will be fairly brief, but the memorandum provided a pretty detailed overview of the proposed ordinance, and I will also be able to answer any questions. So a brief history, going back to January of 2023, City Council had a study session presented to them which outlined a multiple year systematic approach to updating codes, development plans, that carried over into August of last year, when one of the items that had been identified on the work plan, which was creation of a mixed use zone district, was initially presented to the City Council. In that August initial study session, there was a proposal to create 3 new zoning districts, the 2 mixed use and the 1 TOD. There's also a proposal to create a new application process at the time, which was the Administrative Development Plan Review, and some changes to the rezoning process, including adding some findings for approval and/or denial, and a requirement for a neighborhood meeting. Following that August study session, staff made some changes to the proposed ordinance based on the feedback we received, the most notable change being removing the Administrative Development Plan process. In January of 24, Mrs. Burtonzetti brought forward another update for that systematic plan for the next few years, which included moving forward with this proposal this year. We had a second study session with City Council in March of this past year, or I'm sorry, of this year, March 2024, where we provided an update on changes that were proposed to the ordinance related to the zone districts and some more refined information about the rezoning process. It also introduced the new process proposed for these 3 zone districts, which I'll detail a little more in a future slide. Could I get the next slide, please? While we're waiting on the next slide. So the intent for these new districts is to create new opportunities for high quality transit-oriented and mixed-use development in Broomfield in the appropriate locations. The new districts would act like a crossover or a hybrid between what we call straight zoning or Euclidean zoning and PUD zoning. Next slide, please. That process outlines this new opportunity for developers. So the new zone districts would act like a PUD plan. These zone districts have a lot more detail than what you typically see in the Euclidean or straight zone districts in our code. Outlines the development expectations for our development community. The request to approve this ordinance, if adopted on second reading later this month, would not automatically rezone any properties. So any property owner would have to come through and request the rezoning, and that would be the first step in the process for development with these new districts. So the rezoning application would need to provide preliminary engineering reports. That includes utility, drainage, and traffic, similar to what we get with PUD plans. That is a new addition proposed in this code and would only apply to these 3 zone districts. The rezoning application would also require a neighborhood meeting, but does not require a concept review. If the rezoning is approved by City Council, the next step would go through a site development plan process that includes a concept review that could either be in person or online through the Broomfield Voice platform, consistent with the code. The holding of a second neighborhood meeting, and this one would be where the developer would show the more detailed design intent for the property. And then we would have the formal development application. The districts provide a lot of details, but there is the opportunity to work with the flexibility of council and staff in the development community. So while there's development guidelines, there could be the potential for variances to make sure the development is the right fit in the right locations. And then the public hearings would follow the same process that we typically follow for sites that are 7 acres or less. That would be heard by the Land Use Review Commission, or LURC, with an approval or denial, and then subject to the city council call-up process. Anything over 7 acres would go through Land Use Review Commission for a recommendation, and then city council for approval or denial. Could I get the next slide, please? So there are the 3 zone districts proposed. They're the TOD1, the mixed use 1 or suburban mixed use, which is a mixture of residential and non-residential, and then the mixed use 2, which is a employment mixed use, which doesn't include residential, but is intended to allow for a mix of uses like office, medical, flex industrial. This table shows a comparison of some of the key elements for those 3 districts. So for the TOD1 district, the minimum density proposed for a project would be 15 dwelling units per acre, with a maximum of 85 dwelling units per acre. For the mixed use 1, that would be 10 to 30. You can see that the maximum height for TOD1 is 85 feet, and then it decreases to 50 for the mixed use zoning district 1. And then the land use composition outlines the minimum percentage of non-residential uses for the TOD1 and mixed use 1, and then the mixed use 2 is ensuring that a property with that zoning designation doesn't develop fully as flex industrial. It makes there be a breakdown in a companionship of uses. Next slide, please. I'm going to power through these pretty quick, but these are some of the envisioned development types that we see for the TOD1 district. Next slide. This is the type of development that we envision could be developed in the mixed use 1 district. And then the next slide is going to show what we envision for the mixed use 2 district. Next slide, please. So the final slide is just providing a summary. As previously noted, there were the 2 study sessions held on this items. Council has seen this proposal a number of times. We did hold a virtual technical review meeting on June 13th. That was with key stakeholders who have been involved in mixed use development in the community previously. They provided some feedback. Broomfield Voice page was also created and is accepting comments up through the 2nd reading. And then there will also be the public hearing at the 2nd reading, which is currently planned for July 30th, if approved tonight on 1st reading. That concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Rowe. So next, we'll proceed with public comment, starting with in-person. If anyone would like to be heard, please make your way to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Thanks. Good evening, council members, Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor. My name is Lucas Hagen. I'm not a resident of Broomfield, but I am the Research and Policy Manager at the Neighborhood Development Collaborative. We're a coalition of 26 mission-driven affordable housing developers across the Front Range. Our member services span the housing continuum, and we're proud to call the Broomfield Housing Alliance one of our members. We encourage the council to adopt the new MU and TOD zone districts proposed by the planning staff. Because the affordable housing crisis is caused in part by insufficient housing development, NDC welcomes the introduction of the MU1 and TOD zone districts. Only 5% of Broomfield homes sold in 2021 were affordable to households earning less than 150% of the area median income, and highlighting the severity of the issue. According to Root Policy Research, the share of homes in Broomfield selling for more than $500,000 has increased from 10% in 2011 to 71% in 2021. and average rents have almost doubled in that time period, topping $2,000 a month in 2023. The proposed TOD and MU1 zone districts would alleviate the housing shortages with diversified housing choices and reduce the car dependency through density near transit, preserve open space by limiting sprawl. NDC applauds the Broomfield's broad best practice-based approach to housing affordability exemplified by the interagency cooperation within the city and county administrations. And the more than 500 income restricted units created under the inclusionary housing ordinance since 2022 illustrate the policy's effectiveness and initiatives like the Paint-a-thon and the home rehabilitation programs operate in partnership with Brothers Redevelopment, another NDC member, demonstrate the willingness to work with outside organizations. In support notwithstanding, NDC encourages the council to adopt additional housing policies that preserve existing housing, including create new housing and assist renters and homeowners struggling with housing costs. To preserve existing housing, the council should grant Broomfield Housing Alliance the right of first refusal for income restricted units that have become available for purchase. And to increase new housing, the commission should provide additional financial resources for affordable housing developers. Additionally, density bonuses incentivize market rate developers to produce additional housing units beyond the inclusionary or zoning ordinances. And additionally, NDC also calls for the commissioners to waive payments for in lieu of taxes for metropolitan districts for affordable housing developers. To help people stay housed, the council should consider payment assistance programs and ensure that metropolitan tax districts do not displace homeowners. We're happy to support this initiative and thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jesse Applegate. I am a resident of Country Estates, I believe, and I'm not sure if this is the correct way to do it, but I do have more of a question for planning. Are we considering kind of walkability in these new developments? Is that kind of a thought or a thing? Because I remember a couple weeks ago we were talking about or you guys were talking about the bike racks and whatnot being required, and Todd and I believe Councilmember Cohen was speaking about how he didn't want to bike along any of the roads without better infrastructure for the bikes. And I'm just thinking, saying we like walkability is all good and all, but if we don't actually start doing something about it, then it's basically wasted air. I believe that's all. Thank you.
We'll get your question addressed.
All right, thank you much.
Thank you. Anyone else, please step on up.
Hello again, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I'm Kin Tuisini Pansai, and I'm a resident of the Outlook. And I have basically two quick comments / questions. One, I noticed that the zoning approval initially doesn't require a concept review. I assume that in asking for a zoning change, they have to present some idea of what they're going to do with the land. Is that correct? So even though it's not a concept review, there's some sort of presentation of, we want to make this zoning change because we want to build this, and this would be, some idea of what they're doing. So hopefully that's in the requirements.
I believe it is, Kim.
Okay.
The way I read it, the concept reviews are still required for rezoning requests.
It's not.
I guess I read that wrong.
It's not.
Okay,
So
we'll debate it.
Okay.
To death.
And then the other, I appreciated the last speaker bringing up bikes, because I am a big fan of biking if I can, but I have a really nice bike, and a standard bike rack is not very secure for a very nice bike. And so I think in addition to walkability, bikeability, and where does somebody with a really nice bike park their bike so that after they've enjoyed the space, they can reasonably expect to come back and find their bike and all its components still there.
Fair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to be heard on this item? Right, good stuff. So now we'll go to questions from council. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion, and the time to introduce amendments for this item is later. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Lim.
Okay, I had a question about the language in the procedure for rezoning in the TOD section that I had submitted earlier. Do you want me to repeat it or?
I could state it, and if it's not a full recap, you can jump in, Councilmember Lim. Thank you for sending that earlier today. So back in March, there was a hanging phrase that said urban renewal plan area that was out of place in one of the proposed findings in section 2 of the draft ordinance. At the time in March, we said that we would correct that typo. As we refined those findings, that finding was simplified to include a phrase that says, it talks about a bunch of plans, but it says including but not limited to, and it says comprehensive plan and sub-area plan. So we've encompassed that and just simplified that finding for you.
Okay, so the not limited includes the urban renewal area that was.
That
there
is
before.
correct.
Okay. Could you address the residents' question about what the zoning approval requires as far as information from the applicant who is requesting the zoning approval?
I can. So the rezoning request, any property owner can ask to rezone to a new zone district. The 3 proposed districts that you're considering this evening have a list of range of uses. So inherently, the applicant would be identifying a schedule of uses that they may consider. But at the time of rezoning, there may not be a refined design as they need to get that zoning approved before they start to invest the money of formally developing the site. That's why the concept prior to the site development plan is a key element so that the community and council can consider once they get those entitlements for the zoning, what they're actually planning to do.
Okay, thank you. And the resident also had questions about bike parking and security of bike parking.
Councilmember, I think that the bigger discussion was just how the zone districts are going to encourage pedestrian
Walkability.
walkability and
previous.
alternative methods with safety. So the code as drafted also requires the enhancement and preservation of the public realm. This includes activating street fronts and enhancing pedestrian experiences. There are minimum sidewalk widths required that would be used as multi-use trails. And then in conjunction with the standards and specs for different roadway requirements that may include bike lanes. So the intent is for it to be multimodal.
Okay, thank you. And one more question. When the TOD section zoning requires 30% of the development being non-residential uses. I don't know, I know we've talked about this in general before and this question never hit me. Is the 30% of the usage the footprint of the building, or is it somehow the square footage that involves however tall the buildings are? Does that question make sense?
It does. So we would look at it project wide as opposed to within a single structure. So if there's a single building that's multi-use, it would contribute to the overall site. But we would look for a 30% of the overall square footage throughout the entire development.
Okay. So 30% of the square footage of the entire development. So then actually if you have a mixed use building with just commercial on the bottom and you have multiple floors with residential on top, the more floors you have residential are going to weigh against the percentage
of commercial and encourage, this is my ratio I'm mentioning here. And then that developer, the higher they build residential, would be forced to have other parcels on that property that are just commercial, perhaps. Is that right?
Thank you, Councilmember. So you are correct. And I think that is one of the great things about doing the way that the ordinance has been set up and keeping this in the public process means that we can have variance requests come through as you do today. And so it provides that additional flexibility so that if someone is saying, we really want to do this vertically integrated mixed use project, it activates the street frontage, but we'd like to add additional floors to the building to add residential units. That can be requested as part of the variance that's considered by City Council, and it goes through the process concurrent with the site plan.
Okay, good. Thank you. That addressed my question. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to go back to the bike issue because I can't separate out pedestrian comfort, if you will, maneuverability, et cetera, mobility, without including bikes any more than we can without cars, right? And the question raised was one that I don't know we've really talked about. We've talked a little bit about bike shelters and things like that, but I have to admit that as I'm listening, because I'm in the same boat, regardless of the quality or the cost of your bike, it's your bike, right? And we want to be able to return to the place we left it and find that it's still there in all its component parts, as she said. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last name, but Kim, if you don't mind referring to Ms. Kim. And I know what you said a minute ago is it's not included, but I think we really do need to include it. And, we're hearing more and more about wanting to have more compact environments so that it's maybe trains can be more likely to serve us and that people have walkability areas and stuff, but more and more people are using bikes. And I know in my community, people are willing to, ride 30 miles to get to a place and get out and walk around and have lunch or whatever. And they don't want to come back and find no way to get home. I don't mean to belabor, but the point is, I would like to see some element within these codes that would include some strategies. I was going to say standard, but that's probably not what I mean, but some strategies that would in fact align the pedestrian part of it with the bike and car like we've been doing. So anyway, if you could please respond, I'd appreciate it.
Councilmember, if there was the desire from the council as a whole to propose that as a amendment as part of first reading, we could do that. I will say that staff does encourage the incorporation of bike safety and bike security. So bike racks are a requirement in this code. Sorry, I'm hearing a whisper. I'm going to defer to Anna as well.
I could see you hearing a whisper.
I was saying, I'm not sure what we're agreeing to an amendment for, but I wanted to make sure it was clear that we do have the separate ordinance that we are revisiting regarding the bicycle parking standards for all developments. And so we'll be revisiting that. So it wouldn't just be for the TOD. And I think I would caution against amending and having a different standard just for the TOD district. I think if we're looking at the bicycle parking standards, we really should be looking for that for all new developments. But I'll ensure that the senior principal transportation planner that's working on that has an opportunity to review the comments this evening and can incorporate that as we
Yeah,
move
that's
forward.
what I'm looking for. I don't want necessarily to suddenly throw something into the mix here, but you just answered the question. You are looking at it, so you will be coming back with something, and I hope that Kim will come back and let us know whether it meets her requirements or not. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Burton-Zetti or anyone else on staff would like to answer this question, feel free. I know in the memo you said that this particular ordinance change is not in response to House Bill 241313. And so my question is, if TOD is going to vary from what 1313 means and what we mean. Can you kind of differentiate between what we think is appropriate for TOD versus what 1313 will think?
Thank you. You said the magic numbers and I just have to appear here, 1313. So we'll, yes, what we talked about in the memorandum is that there are multiple ways that we believe you could approach trying to address the increase in zoning capacity that 1313, House Bill 1313 is requesting. We have a lot of PUD zone districts, and it may be more advantageous for us to work with the property owners to look at increasing their density within their existing PUD plans. And there may be opportunities to look at far higher than 85 units per acre. One of the things that 1313 encourages is 10 times the zoning capacity than you think you will actually achieve in an area, which would be in the hundreds, not necessarily just 85 dwelling units per acre. Our approach to zoning in local government for Broomfield has been to try to have an achievable yet aspirational zoning capacity. And we believe 85 units per acre is something that we have in development in Broomfield in some locations. So it is a scale that we believe is achievable here, and we can plan for the utilities and infrastructure for. But there may be areas of Broomfield where we are specifically targeting compliance with House Bill 1313, where City Council may need to consider higher zoning capacities than we would otherwise recommend.
Okay, thank you. Where would those areas kind of be centered? I know what 1313 says in regards to bus rapid transit, heavy rail stations in general, or frequent bus service, and it's a certain radius and so on and so forth. For our TOD that we're contemplating tonight, where are we envisioning those locations that might be in addition to what 1313 mandates?
We would certainly hope that we see in the future some increased frequency in some of our bus lines. So it could be something along Colorado 7. It could be areas along 120th Avenue at some point. It would be a little premature for me to pinpoint exact areas, especially since those areas don't have what I would consider frequent transit service at this time. But if we were able to achieve something in the future, it might be something that we look at rezoning, and this provides that opportunity for City Council to consider it in the future as those areas continue to have hopefully service expansions. And in the meantime, we would envision this as an opportunity in a lot of the areas where 1313 would be effective.
Okay, thank you. As it relates to the part of the memorandum for TOD, and I think even MU2 stated this, encouraging walkability and just general better pedestrian and bike friendliness. How does this ordinance kind of deal with the fact that like 120th Avenue is not pedestrian friendly in any capacity? Highway 7 is not, but we're currently going through somewhat of a redevelopment of Highway 7 along the whole corridor for BRT, so we can address that there. But how do we address that along like 120th, for example, which is pretty much built out and also is owned by, or partially owned by CDOT?
Similar with the way that we would look at PUD plans, we would follow that standard, which is that we look at a rezoning request as it comes through. And if someone was requesting one of these higher density uses, we would need to consider how it relates to the surrounding properties. Traffic studies would be completed to ensure that they were making any necessary improvements. And that could be for pedestrian as well as any other multimodal surface expansion that's needed, as long as it's related to the development at hand. It's also likely that a lot of these will happen in areas that we are seeing additional studies of. We have vision plans for 120th Avenue. That's in our future work plan to revisit. And so that will lay out some additional foundation. We use those long-term planning documents to really lay out what that vision is for the entirety of the corridor as it redevelops over time. And so those are typically 20-year vision documents.
Okay. Going to the TOD, the heights maximums. For example, you have 85 feet for TOD1. And you mentioned that baseline might be a key area in which that type of rezoning would occur. However, the current baseline development from McWinney has a height maximum that is higher than the one that's proposed. Why do we have that kind of discrepancy? And how did we come to that decision?
Thank you, council member. So that 85-foot height was consistent with a number of areas. Baseline, the entire development doesn't have entitlements up to 100 and I think it's 160-ish feet, give or take. The Arista development is also entitled to higher heights. So the goal was, as this is a zoning district that could apply to multiple areas within the community, providing a maximum height that would be compatible with different parts of the community.
Okay. And then I know we talked about this in the study session, but it's been a while since we have had that study session. Can you remind me why we settled on a 15 dwelling unit density for TOD instead of a slightly higher one to encourage, along US 36, we have BRT. We'll eventually one day have a train along that route. And we've always been told, trains require a certain higher density unit per acre than even just a traditional bus rapid transit, and certainly more than a traditional bus line.
Councilmember, going back to that discussion in March, the basis for that was to allow for a larger diversity of housing types. So the row home or townhome style developments that Broomfield has seen hover around that 15 dwelling units per acre as the lowest densities, and to encourage different ownership and housing types. That was the purpose of allowing that lower density.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? All right, next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2222 on first reading. Will the clerk please read the proposed ordinance by title?
Ordinance number 2222, amending Title 17 zoning related to a transit-oriented development district, mixed-use zone districts, and rezoning procedures.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
I move that ordinance number 2222 be adopted on first reading and order published in full, and that a public hearing and second reading of the ordinance be held on July 30th, 2024 at 6 p.m. as allowed by City Council procedures and rules of order.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Delgadillo.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All right, council members, please enter your vote electronically. Councilmember Marshallshin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. All council members have entered their vote and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes unanimously. Thank you all so much. Moving on. The next item under action items this evening is council's consideration on first reading of proposed ordinance number 2236 and resolution number 2024-77 related to the Markle open space property. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Tonight is, I was going to say it's the Anna Brittonzetti show.
It's a
but
break.
Lynn Merwin, planning manager, is going to walk us through this. Ms. Merwin.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Next slide, please. The proposal this evening is for an application to rezone the property at 5765 West 136th Avenue from the Legacy Boulder County Agricultural Zone District to Broomfield, new open space zone district. The application also includes a proposed comprehensive plan land use map amendment to change the land use designation for the property from residential to open lands to align with the intended open space use of the property. The property is currently referred to as the Markle Open Space and is generally located northeast of the intersection of Aspen Street and West 136th Avenue. Broomfield purchased this property approximately 25.6 acres in size in 2008 with Broomfield Open Space Funds to preserve the property as open space for the community. City Council approved an ordinance establishing the new open space district on December 5th, 2023. The open space district, this new district, is intended for land intentionally protected from development and/or set aside for unstructured passive recreation, natural resource preservation, agriculture, and the appreciation of natural surroundings. This property is considered open space today, and the rezoning would align the current and planned use of the property as open space with the uses permitted in the newly created district. Next slide, please. The Broomfield Comprehensive Plan land use designation for the property is residential, and the proposed land use map amendment would change the designation of the property from residential to open lands, as you can see in this image. The open land designation is a broad land use category that includes open space, parks, and conservation easements, among other similar land uses. With approval of the proposed map amendment, this component of the application, the rezoning will be consistent with the comp plan land use designation. So we need the designation to change in order to make it consistent. Next slide, please. This graphic represents an excerpt of the Markle open space plan covering this property and an adjacent 6-acre parcel to the northeast. So right at the northeast corner of the green area on this map. Broomfield anticipates purchasing the adjacent 6 acres in the future. Broomfield City Council approved the adoption of the Markle open space plan in late 2023 following an extensive public engagement effort with area residents. The plan provides recommendations for passive recreational amenities to maintain the open space aesthetic and functionality of the property. These include a picnic and shade pavilion, benches, signs, native low water landscaping, and trails. There are no changes proposed to this open space plan this evening. That's already approved. So approving the application this evening would bring the land uses, the zoning, and the permitted land uses in alignment with the intended use of the property as open space. Next slide, please. As the property owner and applicant, Broomfield held an in-person neighborhood meeting on April 3rd, 2024. Public notice requirements have been met for the hearing. The proposed rezoning will not create any non-conforming conditions or use of the property. There are no key issues identified for the application. Proposed ordinance number 2235 would approve the rezoning request on first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading on July 30th. The comprehensive plan element of the application, so that part associated with the resolution, would be formally considered at the public hearing with the rezoning on July 30th. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Merwin. We'll go to public comment next. If you'd like to be heard on this topic, make your way to the podium. State your name and neighborhood for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Roxy Julia Lockmore. I went to quite a few of these meetings, both for the Markle and the other area that we'll be talking about in the future. And I think it's a great idea that we're doing this. The only thing I'm a little confused about was even during all the presentations and stuff, I guess I always thought that where the old existing well site was going to be part of this. And now I'm hearing we might have to buy that later. So I'm curious, who owns that? Because it was never brought out that was actually owned by somebody else, or that was not part of the deal to start with. So that's a little confusing that we have to then worry about later having the 6 acres brought in to the group. So it's kind of a jagged little open space area that people already walk through a lot. So we'll have to fence it off if that's what they're going to do.
Thank you. We'll address it. Anyone else? Please come up to the podium.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I'm Kim Tuisindi Pansai, and I'm a resident of the Outlook. And I bike around that area a lot. And one question that I had was on the map, I didn't see any indication of trailhead parking. The roads surrounding that property are pretty busy and there's no on-street parking on those roads. And there is an underpass that goes over to the Aspen Creek Park area. But that's a pretty small parking space. It might be okay, but just the inconvenience, if you wanted to go and walk on those trails and use the picnic pavilion, the inconvenience of, having to park at a different park and go under the underpass and then walk to this property, I think might be a deterrent to the full use of this property. So I was just wondering if there were any plans for trailhead parking on that parcel. Thank you.
We'll address it. Thank you very much. Any other comments? All right, well, I'm going to go first and let's see. So can Ms. Merwin or Ms. Pritz address the 6-acre parcel, the reason why we're not putting that into the current acquisition and also the trailhead parking plan?
Sure. The 6-acre parcel back at the northeast corner of the Markle property, Broomfield does have a contract with the Markle family to purchase the property, and funds have been placed in escrow to complete that purchase over time. Right now, because there had been an oil and gas well on the site and it needed to be plugged and abandoned, and then the site revegetated, we are waiting for the revegetation to be finalized before the contract is executed fully and the funds are transferred and we take ownership. So,
all right.
Okay.
Trailhead parking?
Trailhead parking. There is no plan for trailhead parking. That was discussed extensively, I believe, during the public engagement part that Kristen coordinated and directed for both Markle and the Waukee property. And so it was determined that the residents in the immediate area, and please come up if I get astray, but the residents in the immediate area preferred not to have trailhead parking, and that there is, it's a great place to walk, to bike, and to come from other neighborhoods to pass through the area. And if in the future, we see a need to revisit that, we certainly could. And, but that would require a new public engagement process and an amendment to that open space, Markle open space plan.
Thank you very much. Council questions next. Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. How much closer does this acquisition bring us to our 40% target of open space?
Because it was purchased with the open space funds a number of years ago, it's already included in the inventory for the 40%.
Oh.
So it doesn't add to it at this time. It just brings the land uses into alignment with that
All right, thank you.
accounting already.
Yeah.
Is that it? Okay. And Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. My question is very brief. What is the nearest location for open space in this area?
So the nearest adjacent open space to this area? Okay.
So just give us an idea of like, what is, where residents would have to go if we didn't.
Oh, sure. The Waukee open space property, which is to the north and east and is the subject of the next rezoning application this evening.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Just a quick comment. I wanted to thank the neighbors who have followed this process for a couple years now through and given feedback. I saw that there were about a dozen of them again at the neighborhood meeting. And I thank them for their engagement. My question is the fact that we're waiting for revegetation of that 6-acre northeast parcel where the Carlson well was, is that our stipulation in accepting the property, or is it still that ECMC has not accepted the remediation of that property?
Good evening, Kristen Pritz, Director of Open Space and Trails. So the contract we have to purchase that 6-acre parcel has a condition in it where we need to make sure all of the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission, I know they have a new name now, but I cannot pronounce that or say it. That group needs to sign off on everything with that well. So the last item we have to check is getting the state's certification of the restoration of the site. The site looks very good right now, and a request has been made to the oil and gas company to ask the state to come and visit the site and approve the restoration. And then once that is done, we'll finish up with the due diligence, and we have the money in escrow for the purchase.
Okay, thank you for explaining that remaining process. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? Seeing no further questions. First is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2236 on first reading. Will the clerk please read the proposed ordinance by title?
Ordinance number 2236, rezoning the Markle open space property from the A(B) zone district to open space district.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Leslie?
I move the motion, please.
Thank you. And is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing no further discussion. Council, please enter your vote electronically. Councilmember Marshallson, how do you vote? Are you online still? He said he might have to drop off. Councilmember Marshallson? How do you vote? One more time. Councilmember Marshallson, how do you vote? How do we do, skip him? Okay.
We'll
absent.
mark him absent for that vote.
Okay, perfect. Then all council members have voted. And the results will be displayed on the screen. It can't go forward without. There it is. Now okay, there it is. And that passes 9-0. Thank you. Moving on. The final item under action items is council's consideration on first reading of proposed ordinance number 2235 related to the Watkey open space property. What?
Ms. Merwin?
Oh, well, my script says ordinance. My apologies. I'll change that. Is that what it is? There's an ordinance and a resolution for this? Oh, I'm so sorry.
We're still on,
Okay.
Markle.
Yeah, I skipped over it. So next is council's consideration to propose resolution number 2024-77. Will the clerk please read the proposed resolution by title?
Resolution number 2024-77, approving a comprehensive land use amendment for the Markle open space property.
Is there a motion?
This is first reading, Attorney Rogers. So the resolution is only included for informational purposes. It'll be brought back for the public hearing on the 30th with the second reading and the public hearing for the overall application.
Thank you, Ms. Merwin. And if I can use this to market a change to the charter, this is exactly the type of confusion that we're trying to alleviate when we're changing that section in the charter. But
please change it.
Lynn is correct. Yeah, that is only on for informational purposes. We are moving on to Watkey. Thank you,
Okay, so
Lynn.
we can
Sorry.
skip over the resolution? Oh,
It will come back when the ordinance comes back for
Reading.
second reading.
Okay, cool. Moving on. The final item under action items this evening is council's consideration on first reading of proposed ordinance number 2235 related to the Watkey open space property. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Council, Lynn Merwin, Planning Manager again. This one is a little easier because there is no comprehensive plan amendment required with it. So there's no informational resolution that you need to deal with. So the proposal, next slide, please. The proposal this evening is for an application to rezone the property at 12790 Dillon Road from the PUD zone district to Broomfield's newly created open space zone district. The property is generally located southwest of the intersection of Dillon Road and Sheridan Boulevard and was referred to as the Watkey open space. Broomfield purchased this property, approximately 66 acres in size, in 2003, again with Broomfield Open Space Funds, to preserve the mountain views and provide a connection to Broomfield's agricultural history for the community. The property is considered open space today, and the rezoning would align the current and planned use of the property as open space with the newly created open space zone district. City Council approved an ordinance establishing the new open space district in December of 2023. That district is intended for land intentionally protected from development and or set aside for unstructured, passive recreation, natural resource preservation, agriculture, and the appreciation of natural surroundings. Next slide, please. The Broomfield Comprehensive Plan land use designation for the property is open lands today. This is a broad land use term that includes open space, parks, conservation easements, and similar land uses. And so the property is consistent with the land use designation today and Broomfield's long-range financial plan. Next slide. This graphic presents an excerpt of the Waukee Open Space Plan. City Council approved adoption of the Waukee Open Space Plan in late 2023 following an extensive public engagement effort with area residents. The plan provides recommendations for passive recreational amenities to maintain the open space aesthetic and functionality of the property. Some of these amenities include a picnic and shade pavilion, benches, signs, native and low water landscaping and trails. Rezoning the property to the open space district would align the zoning and permitted land uses with the intended use of the property as established in this open space plan. There are no changes proposed to the Waukee Open Space Plan at this time. Next slide, please. As the property owner and applicant, Broomfield held an in-person neighborhood meeting on April 3rd, 2024. Public notice requirements have been met for this hearing. The proposed rezoning will not create any non-conforming conditions or use of the property. There are no key issues identified for the application, and proposed ordinance 2235 would approve the rezoning request on first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading on July 30th, 2024. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you again, Ms. Merwin. We'll now proceed with public comments, starting with in person. If anyone would like to be heard, please make your way to the podium. Seeing none, we'll go to council questions. Oh, go ahead. Sorry about that.
So this is Kin, Tuisini Pansai, Outlook. Same problem with this space is trailhead access. It's surrounded by very busy roads and a neighborhood on the west. And so I think if there's a picnic pavilion, it's reasonable to say, well, how do people get their picnics to the pavilion if there's no place to park their cars? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other comments? Council questions? Any questions from council? Then next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2235 on first reading. Will the clerk please read the proposed ordinance by title?
Ordinance number 2235, rezoning the Waukee open space property from planned unit development to open space district.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf,
So moved.
is there a second? Councilmember Deladio.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So, you know, what I appreciate about both of these projects as they went through the process before they were both approved is there was extensive public engagement with these. And one of the things that did come out was around parking and should there be a trailhead? And a lot of the conversation revolved around that there shouldn't be a trailhead because there are immediate parking lots that serve both of these open spaces. For this parking lot in particular, there's the park right across Sheridan Boulevard with a stoplight at Sheridan and 144th, as well as a underpass that's just south of the park and at the south point of the open space. So there are some good access points to that open space from that parking lot, but also adjacent neighborhoods as well. So that really served that one well. And I should have brought this up with the Marco property, but there's the park that's right next to the open space, which serves as a great parking lot and a great trailhead for that property as well. So I felt like that is something that was well done, and it didn't unnecessarily take up the open space land for parking. So I appreciate it. Thank you, staff.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on ordinance number 2235. Council, please cast your vote electronically. And Councilmember Marshall, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. All council members have entered their vote and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes unanimously. Thank you. And thank you all. This has been a long process, so it's nice to have it come to fruition. The final item for council's consideration this evening is a request for future action from Councilmember Marsh Holshan regarding the formation of a council subcommittee on council job descriptions, job duties, and an ethics code. Before I ask Councilmember Marsh Holshan to provide a brief 5-minute summary of the request, I want to remind council that this is not a discussion on the topic and instead an opportunity for council to provide staff direction on whether or not council desires staff to dedicate time and resources to this request. So Councilmember Marsh Holshan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. My idea is that actually this wouldn't take a whole lot of staff time and resources. This would be council getting together to, the Charter Review Committee put forward that they believe that we should enact job descriptions for the purpose of accountability and transparency with the public, that we have the job descriptions of what we do. We have reporting requirements built into those that we have to, tell the public regularly how many meetings we go to, et cetera. So that's in the Charter Review Committee recommendation. Also in conjunction with our discussion recently on salaries, I thought it was appropriate that we start the process to look at this prior to the elections next year. So my thought was that we do a council subcommittee to start this process, hopefully get it done before next year. And that it wouldn't take that much staff time and resources to get this done. On the ethics committee, I was talking to ethics code. I was talking to Attorney Rogers, and she suggested that be done separately, and I kind of agree with that. I do agree with that. That's more of a formal ordinance that would need to be done. So I think that should be separate from this. This should just be the internal focus on the internal rules and internal job descriptions. So that's kind of my thought.
All right, thank you. We'll proceed with public comments. If anyone would like to comment on this item, now's the time. Make your way to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. John Ewalt, Pinnacle North. I had a whole lot of stuff written down, making assumptions of where this was going to go. Since this is just for council to decide if they should move forward with it, I think it's a great idea. I think the Charter Review Committee saying that the council should write an ethics code, I think that's a wonderful thing to have. I do have to say, though, that I believe that some members of this council are making this job much more complicated than it really should be, taking on more work than they probably need to be taking on. And so I hope that's kept in mind when and if this is moved forward, and that the committee, there's a subcommittee that's looking at this, is made up of potentially ex-council members as well, people who have done this job before, and get a few more voices that go into this instead of just the people that are sitting on this council today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Roxy Jula Lockmore. I agree with everything that my previous speaker just said. And on top of it, I feel that we need less council members on this committee to make judgments. You can get people that can get history from all over the world on what different council or governors or any other political groups do in a small community. We're not Denver, we're not Boulder, we're not Fort Collins. You want to be, then move there or go be political, or go to the state, be political, or go to the federal government, be political. But this is Broomfield. And you need to keep your eye on Broomfield. You say you do, but it's not looking that way. A lot of people feel that way, but when you want to make your rules on what you can and cannot do or what you should be paid for or not paid for, remember, it's Broomfield. We're not some big corporation either. We are Broomfield. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sandy Anderson and I live in the Broadlands, and I dissent on what both of those people just said, because I believe that to progress our city and county, that we need to take a look at maturing into our municipal roles and our county roles. I also believe that most people in Broomfield do not understand what the roles truly are of a council member, what they contribute, and what it takes, much more than even understanding what the county commissioner roles are. I think that it's a huge mistake to go back and look at this stuff for 50 years ago before we were a county. And I think that the progressing of the city requires us to look forward, not backward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Jesse Applegate from Country Estates. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. I realized I forget that the first time I just came up here. I agree mostly with what's been said before me, for the first two people, that is, whose names I'm afraid I cannot remember for the life of me. I'm just very bad at that. I would say that it's probably good. It's definitely a good idea to have an ethics code. For the other things, for job descriptions and job duties, I do feel that they should be left kind of more flexible, shall we say. We are a small community. We should have the capability to look at things very much on our own, and as opposed, look at things, look at things as we need them, as opposed to, and how we might need them in the future, as opposed to more rigid descriptions that might require, say, somebody creating a new job position at 20, 30 years down the line. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, is that it for comments? Then we'll move to council member questions next. Any council member have any questions? Would we just want to give direction then? Okay, I hate this.
I do have a comment. I understand Councilmember Marsh Holshan's comment that this would require minimal staff time. There is going to be some staff support that's needed because depending on the size of the committee, we have open meetings requirements, we've notice requirements, clerk gets involved. So I just want to point that out, that my office is happy to staff this committee, but I do think there'll be some staff work on it.
Always.
Always,
I know,
yes.
I know. All right, since, I mean, and I'll save my thoughts. I'll let Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf go first.
Thank you, Mayor. So I was a part of the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport Community Noise Roundtable, which was primarily a elected official led body. There was very little staff support. With that, it was dysfunctional at best, partially because elected officials don't do staffing well. And so it was a very painful process to get through conversations and get through to agenda items. I worry about if we set this up as a council-led discussion to go over job descriptions, that it is going to be dysfunctional at best as well. And I would prefer that we just authorize or direct our staff to bring back job descriptions for council and the mayor pro tem, and then council discuss that at that point, but use that as the jumping off point as opposed to starting off at zero with a committee that potentially doesn't get as far and as quick as what staff can do. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you. I support this proposal. Every body, every group, every board I've ever served on, and every one that I consult with, it's always about clarifying the roles of the individuals involved and ensuring that there is an ethics policy that is adopted by the body. So I think this is appropriate. I do share the comments from Councilmember Shaft. Pardon me, Mayor Pro Tem Shaft. And I guess what I see is kind of a combination of the two. I think if there was a small subcommittee, I don't think we need external people in it, previous folks, again, because of all the scheduling stuff. But I think that staff could recommend to a subcommittee, and then the subcommittee could work through it and then make a recommendation to the council. So I'm kind of partial along those lines. But I do think this makes sense. I appreciate the proposal from Councilmember Marshallson.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I do support Councilmember Marsh Holson's initiative, if you'd like to call it that, request. And I think this is something that we should do. I know for some people, they kind of ask, what do you do actually? I don't actually know what the city council member does. And so it would be good to have at least a document to point to and say, this is what you are going to be signing up for if you decide to run, or if you just in general have questions about what does a council member do. I have to disagree with Councilmember Schaaf, Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf. Councilmember Leslie has messed me up tonight for that. This will be a very different group than the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Community Noise Roundtable. They were dealing with technical issues that needed specialists to kind of discuss what those issues were. And it was a very contentious issue as well for all the local governments that were involved. This is not that issue, number one. And number two, if we ourselves can't even handle coming up with job descriptions on our own, we should not be in office. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. I support this. I support Councilmember Marsh Holston's proposal. As someone who just recently had to update his own job description recently, you should have a framework, a paperwork to tell future candidates of what they would and could do. And additionally, I think we should have an ethics code. I think that's important for any accountability in government. You need to know what ethics are, what values are installed in the role of an administrator. If we don't have ethics, then we are not accountable. So that's it.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
So I appreciate Ms. Rogers' statement that she would, she would help us with these meetings. And I just have a question more between, is it helpful if some of us on council get together and draft this description, or would it be, from your perspective, would it be less work if staff took the first pass at it? I'm just curious, what the thoughts are here, because I do like the idea of us just coming up with this is what we do, but does that create far more work, or are we saving some effort on staff's part?
So my view is, even if there are a ton of examples out online, there's a lot of things that National League of Cities have as a resource. It's out there. Staff can do it, but if staff's drafting it, that's more time for staff than on the review. So I guess that answers your question.
No, that doesn't answer my question. That would make sense for us to take the first pass at it, come up with what we think, and then take the next step. Okay, thank you.
And Mayor, if I could recommend, partner, we can send you links of, there's a plethora of examples that's out there on job descriptions to start your.
Oh yeah, I
drafting.
just found Denver's. So I shared it with everybody as a starting point, since we are a city and a county. It's pretty unique. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's wise to look at other places that are cities and counties, and I'll expand on that later tonight. I do want to keep things fairly simple though, too. I mean, so many times it's interesting what we're told we're supposed to be doing. And for instance, when people say you need to respond to every email, let's not get into the weeds. So I agree with what you were saying earlier about keeping it simple and just making sure that it's when I was a high school teacher, I gave my high school students 5 rules, and that was really within, the bounds of what we expected. So I don't want to overcomplicate this. And then, a lot of people would think, well, what's the repercussions if you don't, abide by the ethics code, or what are the repercussions of this? So I just want to be careful as moving forward. Keep it simple. Thanks.
Well, I am told we do have an ethics code, but I think what we need is a code of conduct. And we actually have a draft. Mayor Pro Tem and I have been working on, so we can share that with the rest of you guys as a starting point too. It's modeled after other communities, local governments. So yeah, I remember trying to update my resume. I'm like, well, we don't have a job description. So I went online and I was like, what does city council do? And then this article from Denver came up. And since we are the only other city and county combo in the state, I thought it was a really good framework. I mean, we obviously oversee and adopt or reject the budget. We make laws, we approve large contracts, we dictate how land is used unless the state decides to overreach. We do proclamations, we adopt plans, we do investigations if needed, and we meet with a lot of people and we engage with a lot of people with a population of 78,000 and tons of developers and nonprofit partners. So I think it's probably a good idea as long as we don't get into the weeds too much, because I know that time is already pretty stretched thin. So does that give you enough? Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was just going to follow up on the repercussions if we don't follow it. There are internal things that we can do to hold ourselves accountable, but really, ultimately, this is information for the voters. That if we have to right now, if a council member misses a bunch of meetings, the voters really have to go dig through minutes to see what meetings we attended and what meetings we didn't. This would the Charter Review Committee recommended that there be a reporting requirement that we have to report quarterly, annually, biannually, however we decide. Report. This is how many meetings we went to, and that way the voters have that information to be able to say, oh, they're doing their job, or oh, they're not doing their job. So that's kind of the accountability part of it. So.
All right, well, thank you. It looks like there is enough support to move this forward for a future discussion.
So just to make sure I get clarification, I will work with Councilmember Marsh-Holshin on the next steps. Who is on this committee? I guess I don't know if we need to decide that. We can just have the meeting, make it available to whoever can attend. I see Councilmember Marsh-Holshin nodding a little bit. Okay. And Mayor, if I can just have a little second. I do want to clarify, because this isn't a public meeting. Broomfield has a code of conduct and it's Broomfield Municipal Code right now. I don't want anybody to think we do not have any code of conduct. Council also has ethics, or not code of conduct, sorry, a code of ethics in our Broomfield Municipal Code right now. And council also has its code of ethics and its rules. The Charter Review Committee recommended that that be added to the charter, so it's sort of locked in there. And what I believe what Councilmember Marsh-Holshin was referring to, which I support just later on, which would be revising that code of ethics that is currently in our municipal code. I just don't want anybody to think we don't have anyone at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks for the clarification. All right. So are there any other business to come before the council? Then that concludes the items on this evening's special meeting agenda, and the special meeting is adjourned. We'll now move on to the council study session in 5 minutes, or actually at 9:20. So we'll take a little break and we'll come back at 9:20. Sound good? Thanks, y'all.
The Access Live event has ended. Thank you for calling. Goodbye.
Agenda sessions, including concept reviews, can be found by visiting Broomfield's website at broomfield.org. Our agenda this evening includes 2 study session items. Seeing there are no concept reviews on the agenda this evening, there will not be any public comment. You can watch the study session live on Channel 8 and through video streaming at broomfield.org/council meetings. For our hard of hearing residents present, we have wireless headsets available at the back of the council chambers through our AV team. Our first item this evening is council's discussion and direction for future legislative efforts. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. Danae Brewer-Yard. She's been through this presentation a couple of different times and assures us it's high and tight. Ms. Brewer-Yard.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Danae Brilliard. As Manager Hoffman mentioned, this will be a brief presentation. It's largely a summary of what we shared with you at the June 11th council meeting. If you could go to the next slide, please. It's broken out into 5 parts. The first part will be just a summary of the Broomfield's unique position in the legislative arena. And then we'll talk about the 2024 session investment and outcomes. The role of the membership organizations, which we did cover in June, but a little deeper dive of those membership organizations. And then finally, pass it back to council for discussion and direction on how to proceed. Next slide. So as you all know, legislative efforts for Broomfield are very unique. I want to talk about just kind of the 5 things that put us in a different position than any of our peers. I did just hear Mayor Castriota talk about the city and county of Denver, which is our closest. And even from then, we're very different. So first off, we have the Home Rule Authority. Specifically, we have Municipal Home Rule Authority, which gives us greater latitude than the County Home Rule Authority. Being a combined city and a county means that oftentimes the laws directed at a city or a county do not apply to us. So often in the definitions, they don't include cities and counties that are combined authorities. The positions that are typically elected by counties are not elected in Broomfield. And we put these up here because this is a really big deal actually in the technical arena. Being at the table, we've been at the table historically, we continue to be at the table, and they're part of our leadership in our internal legislative team, which is nice. And the reason why we're so nimble and able to do that technical review so quickly. Those positions include our sheriff, who serves as the chief of police, Chief Hempelman, our clerk and recorder, our assessor, and our treasurer. Would also like to mention that Broomfield is debruised, and what that means is that Broomfield voters under Tabor or the Taxpayer Bill of Rights and via multiple ballot questions over the years permitted CCOB the retention of the excess revenue. And that conversation has been really important, especially around the property tax conversations and the initiatives coming down the pike and some of the legislation that we saw during the special session in 2023 and in this last 2024 session. And then finally, the majority of the bills that are introduced each year apply to state agencies or are specific to state action. So for example, several of the bills that we took positions on this year really pertain to the Department of Local Affairs or DOLA, which I'll talk about later. So rarely do they have that local government check when you're looking at the fiscal note. And then when they do tap a local government, it's hard to get through these other 4 layers to have the impact on Broomfield that our peers may feel in the legislative space. Next slide. So because of that, there's a pretty big impact. So looking back I went back to 2018 and looked at the bills that had been introduced. The numbers have increased steadily over the years. This year we saw 705 bills. It was the most since 2017. And consistently year over year, only 5 to 7% impact Broomfield. And that goes back to, again, for those 5 reasons that I just outlined. So it really shaves down, right? If we take 705 bills and know that only 5 to 7% are going to impact us, it's a very small number compared to what our peers are looking at. The other thing that I would mention is historically, of the 5 to 7% bills that do impact us, they're typically manageable impact. So for example, is like liquor licensing changes, a lot of cleanup bills that impact the clerk's office, or sometimes we see changes around criminal classifications for specific cases. But typically they are still manageable if that impact does exist. Next slide. So we talked about this in detail at the June 11th, put it into a table to try to just put it on one slide of what the investment was in the 2024 session. So for staff time, the hours was 260 hours on average per month, a conservative estimate of what was invested. You can see that that was about $108,000. We had a contract with Aponte Busan for $25,500. And then the council memberships or professional organization fees was that $156,000 number. And I'm going to dive into those memberships here in a moment. But you can kind of oversee the overall fiscal impact at that $290,000 amount. Let's see, next slide. So for legislative outcomes for this year, this is the same chart that you saw back on June 11th. We took positions on 25 bills, and 4 of the 25 that passed will have impact on us. And we were able to influence about 6 of the bills that we engaged on. Next slide. And here's a chart of those 4 bills. So you can see of the bills that passed, so referring to the 25 bills that council took a position on, the 4 on the left are the ones that did have an impact on Broomfield, again, through that lens of being home rule, city and county, de-Bruce. And then on the right side are the bills that did pass but don't have impact on the city and county of Broomfield. Next slide. So council membership organizations, this landscape has changed a lot over the years since 2017, 2018 to now. So the lens that I kind of set this conversation, this presentation really leads to this result, which is that 90% of the bills that are being reviewed by the membership organizations really do not have an impact on CCOB as an entity. And I say as an entity because we can get into the conversation of everything impacts our residents and our communities, but really focusing on us as an entity and where we have impact, 10% are actually in that category. It's really important to talk about the changing landscapes with the membership organizations. I'm sure all of you have experienced this, where historically we've really referred back to those membership organizations to be active and to be our voice in the legislative space, primarily CML and CCI at the time. And that's just changed a lot, especially since 2017. So as you know, CC4CA, so Colorado Communities for Climate Action, and CCAT, Colorado Counties Acting Together. I believe they were both formed in 2016, 2017. We joined those. We have the Metro Area County Commissioners, just more groups in that legislative space. And the big challenge is that they all follow different processes. They all have different philosophies on how and when we take position on bills, how much consensus is needed, who gets a vote. So trying to kind of navigate that is really challenging, to do it without being duplicative throughout the session. Next slide. In addition to the membership organizations that council serves on, there are staff professional membership organizations, and these are ones that staff participate in for the technical expertise and the networking and the connections through our memberships. We've participated in these probably for as long as they've been in existence, and we've been in existence as a county or city. Examples include the Colorado Association of Local Public Health Officials, or CALFO, our Human Health and Service Director group, CHASDA. We have the Chief of Police Association, the Sheriff's Association. So they also are very active in the legislative arena. As you'll recall from the updates this session, for example, Chief Hempelman was able to really impact some bills, and we leveraged that through the Sheriff's Association and through the Police Association. And just mentioning that, again, it allows us to provide technical and financial review. And then what we've done historically in the past is when one of those technical experts, so whether it's Director Valling on public health through CALFO, finds a bill that's really going to impact Broomfield, he flags it so that we could bring that to council for awareness. Next slide. This is just a chart to kind of show the overlaps, and it's not perfect. If you get really into the details, I know that there could be more overlap than what's captured here, but from a high level, it shows the overlaps between the groups that we're in on the city level. So you have the Metro Mayor's Caucus, Colorado Municipal League, and the Chief of Police Associations. In the middle, we have some groups where cities and counties both participate. So I put that as combined. And then you'll see the coverage that we have on the county side, which is largely has grown and developed since that 2017 timeframe that I referenced earlier. Next slide. So to conclude the presentation, the landscape has changed a lot. Broomfield's participation in membership organizations, not only involvement, but positions within those membership organizations. And then the direction on how many bills and which bills we take positions on has drastically changed over the years. However, the constant that has remained is the number of bills that impact us, so that 5 to 7%. And then at the end of the day, we have very little influence on the outcome of those bills. So overall, this year we influenced 6 bills. It was important work, but the bills probably, the outcome would have been the same with or without those efforts. And so with that, as we continue to expand staff efforts and increase our presence, we're looking for council's direction this evening of how we proceed into the interim session and then into the 2025 legislative session. And that concludes the staff report.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Bouillard, and thank you for, again, I can't thank you enough for helping us get through that whopper of a session. So we'll go to council member comments, questions next, and then I'll go to council member Hinkle.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Briard. Your work, and I know I've said this before, was monumental this year. And we, as our work on these boards and commissions kind of ebbs and flows, I think things might change in the future just naturally. So thanks for preparing this memo, and I know that there's other staff members that helped as well. I did initiate conversations with Councilmember Marsh-Holshan and Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf last summer about a legislative council that I would like to discuss at another time. That I support this idea where Denver uses this model as well. They kind of have a smaller group that can move a little quicker and be more nimble. And I feel like we could move more efficiently and disregard any legislation that doesn't pertain to Broomfield and kind of, you know, be ahead of the game versus reactive to the legislation. I also think we could work better in the off season as we head into the legislative session. I think that this memo is missing some dimensions here that perhaps people just don't think about. This does not show the bills that did not pass due to our efforts and the bills that affect our residents that voted us into these positions. So there's a lot of bills that didn't pass because of a lot of our efforts, and our residents do require us to show up to these things to go to bat for them too, not just CCOB. There is some nuance here too. I will say that we do have a heavy hand with our governor right now. I don't mind saying that on public record, but I don't want to hit a panic button based on a heavy hand at the governor's level, rendering our local efforts seemingly useless right now. This might be viewed differently in the future, and coalition building takes time and effort. And a lot of people have said, and I've said this before, that they didn't know Broomfield was really on the map until this past couple of years. And that builds coalitions. On this memo too, it seemed like CCI had to have some sort of microscope on it, but I think we were new to the board that we chose to belong to, and it was a heavy on-ramp. CCI, however, does have a heavier initial meeting in January, but a spreadsheet would suffice otherwise. And I also think that my own experience being on there would help as well. CCAT had staff at its meetings, sometimes more than one staff member, and many bills at CCAT didn't pertain to Broomfield as well. So short-term rentals is one subject, but there was a litany of bills as well. But I value both CCAT and CCI. I think CCAT just operates differently as well with an executive board moving things along more quickly. It also depends on who we have at the helm at these meetings too. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf has been monumental at CCAT, and so have others. But if he weren't as experienced, I think we would need more staff at those meetings personally. It also depends, let's see here. I also would have liked to see just the same microscope applied to all the boards. I will also say too, that this memo did not address the trainings that we receive when we belong to these entities. So we need a better understanding of these trainings and the support that they offer. For instance, it is my understanding that staff relies on CML and CCI trainings. And it is my understanding that entities like CCAT does not offer trainings for our staff. I think that that needs to be something that we actually need to start reading and looking into. I do value our other groups that we belong to, like I don't know how you pronounce this in full, but CSOC and CALFO, and would love more communication from staff with those groups, particularly if they're usually attended with others who are elected. So we don't elect our sheriff, but if we need to know information that's happening at those meetings, I think that would be really beneficial, just so that we can understand, you know, how it's going. The list is evolving, and I even think that the Metro Mayor's Caucus could stand to work with our Metro Area County Commissioners, as both entities are light on legislative action and heavy on education and resource sharing. And I have a meeting with Heidi Williams coming up to discuss our shared values as MAC and MMC. Those two entities could even work even better together, I feel. And I just would like to know how other cities and counties operate in this regard, as there's other cities and counties that operate like we do. And I would also like to know how they weigh in on state legislation as home rule entities. Additionally, it could be worse. We could be like, I hate to say it, but like Douglas County, they actually hire their own federal lobbyists specifically for them. So we could, add all these other different lobbying entities if we really wanted to. I don't feel like that's necessary. So I just wanted to kind of add in there, we need to kind of figure out what other people are doing. And I do think that we need to tailor it to what Broomfield needs, but we also can say, no, 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 that doesn't pertain to us. And I know now, after going through all the CCI meetings, now that I've been sort of trained by you, Ms. Briard, what pertains to us and what doesn't. And I think that just, it's just working through the kinks on those things. Thank you.
Comments? Councilmember Anderson.
My apologies. I thought there'd be a whole bunch of people lined up to make comments. So I don't have exactly comments, but I have a couple of questions. And one of them was regarding the staff time and how, Councilmember Henkel touched on it briefly, but how does staff determine which meetings they're going to participate in, how much time they put into them? I would definitely like to know that.
So the association membership we've had historically, so they do the monthly meetings. Their networking is vast and deep. They all have separate lobbyists through the associations, which is why from Public Health and Health and Human Services, they've always attended the CCI meetings because there's a separate, the directors of Human Services, there's a completely separate track, if you will, for lack of a better term. This year was exponential from a staff perspective. And looking at next year, we're going to have some really deep conversations about, so when we say our status alone removes, 90% of the bills, that's open for argument, right? So in staff's view, it's very easy to delineate those. The subcommittee would still require staff's deeper dive so that the committee has tangible information to have the conversation about what positions to take. I'm interested to have follow-up conversations with Mayor Pro Tem and the mayor and Councilmember Hinkle on what bills didn't pass because of our influence. We didn't identify any from a staff perspective. So it wasn't an oversight in the memo not to have that included. There's a difference between influence and direction. And sometimes it's hard to quantify. It's hard to quantify to be able to say to what degree we either helped it or hindered. So being a lobbyist down there for 25 years, it was one of the greatest things about taking this job is I didn't have to do that anymore. But it's always been the way it is down there. So that it's not a phenomenon. It's not new, other than the level of cantankerousness is beginning to emerge. But I think the legislative conversation is a much bigger conversation. Time and value depends on whom you ask. But what we know from staff's perspective is it's untenable. And when we look at adding FTEs, legislation doesn't rank even within the top 10. So that would be something that would require, again, some deeper conversation and direction from council.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And I'll just make a couple comments here. And there's that place where the bill directly impacts CCOB, and then there's some where it's like city and county doesn't necessarily feel the impact of it. And not this is not one that we necessarily influence because it was coming. But habits that make driving safer, not using your cell phone or something. There's like pieces. That's just one really maybe bad example, but there's some bills that pass that might not impact us, but impact safety. There's a specific area that I have been involved in since before I was on council, which is trying to get us out of ozone non-attainment. And as we know from previous years, sometimes bills take multiple cycles to pass, and sometimes there's a grand bargain and all bets are off the table. So it's not like we're, it'll be some quiet for the next couple of years in that particular realm, but all that effort was, those comments and that engagement and all that was not for naught. It does make a difference, but just want to add that there is another piece of value there. Oh, and then last comment I'll make is, but I hear you. I hear so much staff involvement and also the number of organizations, and I do look forward to those conversations of how we can. I think I brought forward one of the bills where it was seemingly important for air quality, but it really didn't have a direct impact on Broomfield, and I can make a wiser choice to, if we have some criteria that we have to use, and we say, if we have to actually come forward as we're bringing the bill forward and say, this is my interpretation of the impact on Broomfield, I think we can all do better on that piece. So I appreciate this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leslie.
Despite the feeling of helplessness and powerlessness vis-a-vis the legislature, I do think that we need to be at the table. The question is, how do we decide where at the table we want to sit? Number one. Number two, what are our priorities related to our values and our goals and direction that council has set, and how do they get expressed through legislative session, if at all? So it comes down to me that we need a process, and this is a great start. And I really appreciate this being on the agenda. And I think typically organizations will use this post-legislative time to do that evaluation. Do we need to be members of all these different groups? Some of them are staff related. That doesn't change the question. Some of them are related more to us on council. And that, I think, reinforces the question. We've been talking a lot about how much work there is, how busy we are, how many responsibilities we have outside of our meetings. And a lot of that is because we're making choices to be active on these different councils and things. But there's a cost, as Renee has shown us. And so I would like to suggest that we do this post every legislative session. Looking forward, what do we need to be part of? What's coming down the road for us? Do we need to be involved with all these different organizations, or are there 3 or 4 that really represent everything we need? Secondarily, do we need to have a lobbyist? Often, in my experience, lobbyists were hired in order to help us get certain bills passed as opposed to blocking bills. I'm not quite sure that I understand enough about the process here, how that plays out. But again, as has been said, many of the organizations we belong to have lobbyists, and we do take advantage of them by being members. And then third, it was pointed out, so many of these bills don't really relate to us, and yet we're spending a whole lot of money being at the table, but I don't know that we really need to be at the table all the time. So I'm just suggesting that we really need a process. We should be evaluating every post-legislative session. What do we need to be planning for the next session? What do we need to be evaluating that worked for us this last session, or was just a waste of time, money, and effort, and make those changes? And a lot of that has to come, I think, from city manager within her own team. And then the rest of it from us. Do we all need to be part of whatever? There's so many organizations. And of course, they all depend on our dues for their survival. So they want us to be members. And I know there's a sense of guilt if we stop playing. And we did rejoin one of the groups this past year, and that was kind of a thing. Oh, we're back in the sway, but I don't know, did that have a positive benefit to the residents of Broomfield for our being part of that organization? I don't know, but it's not up to me to decide, but it's up to us to decide. So my suggestion is we create a process to do this every time there's a legislative session ahead of us and one behind us, so we can figure out where do we want to make the investments that we need to make. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And next is Councilmember Wynn.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be pretty brief with council direction. I think it's worth it. You know, there were 700 bills that were reviewed, and you know, obviously we can't track all the bills, but I feel like the effort that having someone being involved and being engaged is important, just because the legislative session is going to get more intense. It's going to keep. We're going to be more. I would say that we. Speaking from my other job here, but the legislators, the governor's office will be very ambitious. They're gonna, you know, think bigger, and you know, there's a lot of bills that we're not even touched or worked on. And I think housing, transit, that's gonna be big things that we're gonna look into next year. And I just think that we should support staff with either the resources that they are asking for. And, you know, I agree with Council Member Leslie that it'll be hard to look into all the bills, and we should prioritize or look at bills that would really relate and reflect Broomfield's needs. And I think that is a good starting part. And I do want to reflect and say that, you know, our state senator, our state representative have done incredible jobs, you know, with the bills that they've sponsored this year. So yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions before I get to my comments. My first question is, of the amount of money we had spent on internal employees for tracking of this, how much of that was because council initiated a request for looking into the bill versus how much came from staff's membership in the Sheriff's Association, the Health Department, the assessor, the treasurer, et cetera?
90-10. 90 council.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is, of the bills that staff is reviewing that are not council initiated, how does staff determine whether it is something you want to bring to us? I assume you do a cursory look of this is the title, and if the title is quite obvious, it's impacting CDOT, then you just strike that, but then you kind of do more of a somewhat in-depth look to just briefly scroll through it, or how does that process work for staff?
Councilmember Ward, thank you for the question. So we have a whole internal legislative team with all the technical experts represented. So typically between myself and the lobbyist will flag any bills that have come on our radar through our membership organizations that, you know, they're getting flagged by the assessors, for example, by the chief of police. We'll flag it, and we'll work with, you know, Chief Hempelman or the appropriate subject matter expert, look at it, and then decide impact. So for example, I think the prone bill was a great example this last year. That was a partnership with Chief Hempelman and one of the attorneys from the attorney's office. They heard about it through their association. They flagged it. We reviewed it. Chief Hempelman shared the concerns with you all about the ability to do their job if that bill passed as it was written. And because of that magnitude of impact on operations as for us to do our jobs as an entity, right? It was worthy to bring it forward to council and say, hey, we really think this is a position where we are asking council to take a position on this bill. So that's a great example of how that would work in any of those arenas. So whether it's Health and Human Services or Public Health, they're doing that same review that Chief Hempelman did. They would bring it forward if it hit that magnitude. And then together we kind of decide yes or no, is this one where we need to bring it forward or not? So hopefully that example helps answer that question.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Brouillard. I guess I'll just move on to my diatribe. I don't think in terms of giving direction, I don't think we should at this present time remove ourselves from any of the organizations we belong to. I do think we need to do a better job of only requesting bills be looked at by staff that are truly CCOB or impact CCOB directly, and be just a little more cognizant of that in the future. I do know, speaking from experience on DRCOG, for example, there are bills that, we're asked to take positions on partially as a board member, having an impact on DRCOG as an organization and not necessarily Broomfield. And so I think we need to tweak our rules and procedures a little bit to allow council members to vote on legislation that is not directly impacting CCOB, but it still allows us to participate in membership organizations so that way they can fulfill their responsibilities and not have 5 members making a decision for the organization as a whole. That was actually quite common for DRCOG. And so I think some tweaks to that, so we're not always coming forth and saying, hey, can we take a position on this so then I can take a position on DRCOG or on CCI or CCAT or CML or whatever the case may be. I think that's all I have to say for right now. I'll be interested to see who else or what everyone else has to say.
Well, before I go to you, Councilmember Cohen, I think what's missing is the legislative principles that we've adopted. And part of those principles are, what we stand for, what we believe, and those are supposed to be the guiding document that would inform your votes in other places. But that hasn't been the case because there's been a departure from some of those principles that we all agreed to. And the one that comes to mind is we oppose state preemption. So that's where it all fell apart. Because some of folks are okay with that, but it's not in our policy principles or legislative policy. And so we need to maybe readdress that and see what we really do believe in and what we can all agree to, because now they're not accurate. And that's where the trust is a little bit unstable because some folks feel comfortable going out and voting for preemptive bills when that is not a Broomfield policy. And you can totally respond.
I would, I don't disagree. We should look at our legislative priorities. I think my issue, or not issue, but what comes to mind for me is not necessarily that there's a lack of trust among how we'll vote, because we do have a rule that says we are to vote how the body has voted. It's if the body hasn't taken a vote, do I have the authority to actually vote? Or do I have to wait for council to take a position so I can vote? And I know there are some on council that have a very strict interpretation of that. And then there are some, like I have on DRCOG, taken a position on a bill because I know it does not impact CCOB. And I did that without a council vote, but I had to do something.
No, I think it's a fair point.
Where we need to have that conversation and not because there's a lack of trust. It's what do our rules and procedures actually say and how should we as a body interpret that?
Right. Well, as it is now, it takes a 2/3 majority. So that would have to be revisited. And Councilmember Cohen, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. As I did at a Councilmember Ward's point that he just made, I was just going to note that the 3 years I've been here, this is the first session I recall so much activity for so many votes, and I don't know what changed or whether we were just at a high water mark with votes, with the number of bills being introduced, and whether that's the fatigue we're feeling because this session was so exhausting. But I don't think we have anything which the mayor is pointing to as a lack of strategy.
In my other job, which is in healthcare, we've already had a meeting with our associations and identified 5 to 10 bills that we, in the 2025 session, that we're going to be on the offense, and 10 bills we know we need to be on the defense for, and preparation has already begun. I'm sure that's happening in CML and all the other organizations. So, but that's not something I think the whole council can deal with. So I think it was Councilmember Marsh Holston was proposing that there be a subcommittee that decides which ones we're most interested as a group and picks those now, and as best we know which ones we're going to follow, and maybe that committee can limit how many come to the full council that needs a full council vote or needs a direction on how the delegates to committees should vote. But I think that's the start now. So I would just say that the proposal of a committee to help guide the strategy and keep us from going too far into bills we don't need to take a position in and help focus our attention, it'd be worthwhile. I'm hearing staff that they felt like they spent a lot of time and it wasn't worth their time. And I don't want a repeat of that. But I don't think we as a group as a whole could probably do that, that the subcommittee would be helpful to help guide that process going into 2025, which could quite possibly just be the same as 2024. Plus all the ballot measures that could really screw things up.
Thank you. Any other council member feedback? Councilmember Lim, I see you.
I guess I'd like to ask staff, if this subcommittee were not to ask for an analysis of all the bills, but just ask, does it apply to Broomfield or not? By those 5 criteria, would that be a labor-intensive process or would that be quick?
That would be quick.
Okay.
It's the after conversation about, I understand that, but
I have to take a position. ...
Yeah,
I have to
Right?
vote.
Yeah, it's the discipline to Councilmember Cohen's point that if on the front end, it's established that here's the flow chart. If it checks this box, then we move to the next box. If it checks this box, we move to the third box. But if it doesn't check that first box, even though it's popular and we feel compelled to do it, being disciplined enough to say, we all agreed on the front end that if it doesn't check that box number 1, we're not going to number 2 or number 3. And so then we should really have that siphoning quickly, quite frankly, if we're able to set the parameters, not just the legislative guidelines, right? I mean, everybody has those legislative guidelines. And so council needs to decide, are they tenets or are they guidelines? Because guidelines can shift and be a little bit gray and, kind of depending, and tenets are what is what our foundation, it's the pillars upon which all subsequent decisions are made. So there's a difference between the two, and council needs to make the decision on what that box checking looks like.
Okay. I mean, I'm initially in favor of the idea that there's this, staff tells us which ones pertain to Broomfield and which don't to the subcommittee. This subcommittee with the leaders of the member organizations reviews that, reviews the bills. Well, I guess there'd be a question if staff wanted this subcommittee to review the bills that before they went solely to council, the ones that staff thought were important. But then the subcommittee of the leaders of the member organizations would be free to discuss, if they wanted to, the bills that staff deemed as not pertinent to Broomfield. And then the council members assigned to the member organizations
if they're not deemed by staff as important to the entity of CCOB, then that council assigned to the member organization would be free to state in that organization that they're voting a certain way based on their member organization principles, but it is not a vote sanctioned by Broomfield as an entity.
Agreed.
So, I mean, and that would not involve staff analysis of those bills.
Agreed.
Or any resources.
Or any resources, except to just look at if you can say you can do it quickly to say, yes, it is pertains and no, it isn't, that would be great. Oh, okay.
Yes, don't tease us, Councilmember Lim.
Yeah.
That's,
Okay.
yes, that's ideal state.
Okay, thanks. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question for my colleagues is, what if we don't do any of this? So if we don't hire an external lobbyist, what if we aren't a part of any of these membership organizations? What does that change? Some history, in 2017, we were a part of CCI. Year later, we left CCI. We joined CCAT, later joined CC4CA. This last year, we went all in. With all of those changes, not a whole lot changed. For Broomfield, our impact remained about the same. Our involvement increased, our staff resources increased. And I think that, for the last 9 months, my objective has always been, to take away unnecessary roles and responsibilities and really ensure that we are focused on the greatest impact that we can have as elected officials. An example of this, the Rocky Flat Stewardship Council was going through a process to evaluate the existence of this organization. And through that, I asked staff, I said, is this necessary for us to participate in this organization? And I really expected them to say, oh, yes, it is. This is important for elected officials to be involved. And the response was no. And that really hurt because for 3 years, I had spent so much time with this organization, working, going to meetings and reading all of this documentation. And to find out that staff really doesn't need this organization, it really cast a moment for me to evaluate for me, is this important for me? Through that process, one of the things that we did was answer a questionnaire and go through a questionnaire to see what aspects of this organization were important or valuable. And I shared that with you all. And through that process, for myself, I realized that, it's duplicative. All of those resources that are out there, we don't need this organization to do all of that all of this information exists out there. And so I think that, going through a similar, as Councilmember Leslie stated, going through an evaluation process of our membership of part of these organizations really boils down to those three pieces: is the General Assembly lobbying, the education, and the information gathering. And so with those pieces, do we get something back in return for not only us as elected officials and our staff, but our citizens at large? Are we getting a return for this investment, both resources and time in these membership organizations? And I think that we ought to ensure that we do that. And to the mayor's point, looking at the legislative principles and policies on the front end is the most important thing that we can do. Discussing those to ensure that we are all aligned as we head into that legislative process and that legislative session is the most important thing we can do. Through that, it just becomes a mess, right, as we look at different bills. But the legislative process to ensure that we are all on the same page, the most important thing that we do. So I would say, back to my original question, what if we don't do any of this? What actually changes? Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And Councilmember Marsh-Holshan.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to say that I agree with most of what's been said by my colleagues tonight. I do think that it's very important that we streamline the process to ensure that staff only puts resources and time into bills that directly impact Broomfield. So I think that we should be looking at something like that. And I know I sent you all individually an idea for a committee that would do that would just focus on the things that directly impact us. I do think, though, it is important for us to remain engaged aggressively because there are bills that impact our residents directly that may not necessarily impact the operations of CCOB. So I do think it's important that we as individual council members be involved in those and be all in and work through our membership organizations. But that doesn't require staff to put time in on those bills. That just requires us to do that, and I do think that's important. So I think that, as Councilmember Ward mentioned, modifying the rules so there's clarification that, I on CML, I don't have to guess how council is going to would vote before I vote on something. I'm free to vote as I believe, along with our principles and the guidance of the organization, regardless of whether or not we've taken an official position on a bill. So I think that's important too. But ultimately, my goal is to streamline our process, keep us actively engaged, but also limit the amount of staff time and resources that are put into official bills that are those that officially impact us. And I think Councilmember Lam's point and questions to City Manager Hoffman is exactly what I was thinking. That just have staff and quickly analyze what directly impacts us, and then that's what we do for official actions, and then the rest of it we do on our own. So those are my thoughts.
All right, thank you. Any other council member comments? Well, I have some musings about this, and I think it really kind of made me rethink everything after the last 2 sessions, because you really think that you can make an impact and that you can change the course. But it's becoming more and more commonplace that it doesn't matter what we say, it doesn't matter how we lobby, it doesn't matter what we do. They're going to do what they're going to do because they have the votes to do it. And representatives have pretty much said that to me, like, sorry, we have the votes to pass it. So I really kind of am rethinking my own investment of my time that felt wasted a lot, trying to advocate for what's right for Broomfield, trying to advocate for local control and the things I thought were important. And it didn't work. So I just don't think it matters that much if we're there or not. I don't know if that's probably really cynical, but that's what happened. That's what I've experienced. I've gone there and it didn't matter. Nobody was really listening. The cake was baked. And the last few bills that were rammed through at the end of the session had 0 stakeholder engagement. They were locked and loaded, and there was anything anybody could do to stop them. So I'm really going to look at this list and reevaluate my precious time as well, because there's some organizations that I think aren't equitable and we're not in alignment anymore. And we're spending $40,000 to lobby in this organization, and we agreed on 4 bills. We couldn't even get to consensus on so many that were transportation oriented. We could only find 4 that we agreed on. And so we spent $40,000 to lobby for 4 bills that would have passed anyway. They didn't need us to lobby. So that's what I'm taking a look at is Northwest Mayors and Commissioners. And I'm going to talk to you and Sarah about that, because I don't think that's the best use of funds. And I don't think it's the best use of time, just being honest. It's very duplicative too, because I'm in so many meetings that a lot of these same lobbyists are there too. And they're saying, they're just giving the same spiel to everybody. So I think it's good for us to revisit the lobbying part of it and how much we're paying for contract lobbyists. I don't know if council agrees. I thought having a lobbyist would free you up. That's not the case, is it? So really, all of this matters. And I don't know how we get to those decisions. Maybe when we have to actually re-up these contracts, we take a poll of council and see where we are. What do you think? It's a study session. It's informal. Contract lobbyists, do we need it? Do we need our own lobbyists? What do you think, Ms. Hoffman?
Well, so a couple of thoughts. The big lobbying organizations that are down at the Capitol that have a tremendous amount of influence, they put together their fact sheets. It used to be called an elevator speech. It's not even called that anymore because nobody uses the elevator too much. But it's that snapshot to be able to say, I'm going to give you just enough to get your attention so you spend some time talking to me about whatever this bill looks like. Historically, it's much easier to kill a bill than it is to get it passed. And on the bottom, it's always a huge deal among lobbyists and myself included during the day. How many people can you get on there that support your position? So it was really less about what it meant for those entities. And it was more about for that fact sheet. And I know Danae is shaking her head affirmatively. How many you can get on there, because then the volume influences the legislators. To what degree it's becoming less and less because a lot of these bills are baked. To what degree that is open for interpretation. But seldom will you have a bill that everybody's anticipating it's going to pass and it doesn't pass. That's maybe 3 bills a session out of the 700. So 0.0005 come as a surprise. It's not a surprise that there's sausage making at the 11th hour. That's how the legislature works. It's the negotiating and the navigating on the calendars and what those trade-offs are. It's a power position. It's a power play for both sides. It's interesting now because it's, you know, House is D's, Senate is D's, SOS is a D, and the governor is a D. So it's interesting to still see the jockeying even within the individual parties. And to some degree, it's even more cantankerous than it was when you had a divided house, which is a petri dish of just kind of the human nature piece. So it depends on who you ask, Mayor. I mean, there's the piece of, you know, you hear a lot that if you're not setting the menu or setting at the table, then you're on the menu. I disagree with that. I've always historically disagreed with that. It's really about the value add time, the value add money, and the outcome. And just being clear about that from a staff perspective, from a council perspective. I want to participate on this board because it's of interest to me and I want to learn more. It's very different than saying, I want to do this because I'm actually going to be a power player and influence this. It's what you decide on the front end that I think Councilmember Marsh-Holshan bringing this, it's really about what Councilmember Lim said. And that is agreeing on the front end, the lens through which the information will pass and not having the one-offs. The other school of thought is it's much more powerful if you want to make an impact that it's the city and county of Broomfield weighing in rather than having individual council members. I don't even know if I agree with that anymore. I think through these, you know, the individual organizations, and we all know that CCAT it had been on the board for 10 years. All of those CCAT members used to go to CCI, and then we would have this progressive meeting. And all of those folks that didn't like the direction of CCI, that's how CCAT came to be. Was a philosophical alignment that was different from CCI.
It actually was a way for them to strategize to block votes on CCI because before Boulder left CCI, they had passed the 2/3 threshold. So it was harder
That's
But,
exactly
but their wins were getting amends. That was a win. And so many times we can't even get to consensus or 7 so that we go to amend. That is a colossal waste of time, in my opinion. That's not moving the needle in either direction. Oh, we'll just settle on amend to make everybody feel better. We shouldn't be even doing that. You know, if nobody feels that strongly about it, it just needs to go away. And there were so many like that this year, even in the different boards. But when I was on CCI and we were getting fracked, the mantra was drill, baby, drill. And it was so insulting to me as we're paying them money to lobby against our health and safety initiative. So that was my reason for saying, I don't think we need to be spending our money here, because I'm at the Capitol testifying in support of 1,000-foot setbacks from schools, 1,000 feet. That was all we wanted. And they were lobbying against it. So that was the last straw for me. I was like, this is not our people. And maybe it's evolving and changing now, but there was a reason why CCAT had to grow, because CCI was not talking about affordable housing. They didn't care about that. CCI was not talking about environmental sustainability and equity. Wasn't a priority. So that's why CCAT was birthed, because a lot of counties do care about that, and they couldn't get any legislative action at CCI on that, because it's every county, regardless of size, gets the same vote. So you have the Elbert County of, I don't know, 400 people going with Adams County, you know, and they all get an equal vote. It's hard.
Yeah, so yes, and it's really those upfront conversations that will help drive what the session looks like. And having a focus. When Councilmember Cohen said what UC Health does about they identify those not just priorities, right, but those standards. We all know that if we choose to do 20 things, we're going to do them good, but we're not going to do them well. But if we can limit that to the 3 top things and laser focus on what that looks like, that's where and when impact comes. So again, it's the upfront work and the decisions from council about what those tenets and framework look like.
We've got commenters. Councilmember Leslie.
I don't want to prolong this, but just kind of repeat what I said earlier. You know, before the session begins, where are we going? Where do we need to go? What organizations, if any, will help us get there? And then we join those organizations, or we leave the ones that aren't going to help us or that are duplicative, because we're spending a lot of money on that. Is there legislation we want where it might be helpful for us to have our own lobbyists to help develop that, particularly if none of the other organizations are on the same path with us? Fine, then we hire a lobbyist. Otherwise, we don't. I mean, I think we have to take them one step at a time. I think Mayor Pro Tem said the right thing. What happens if we don't do any of this? Is it really going to change anything? And you're, Mayor, saying the same thing. So I think we can be more deliberate about what we expect the next session is going to bring, where do we want to play in it, and what organizations, if any, will help us do that, and we get out of the ones that aren't. And then, do we need a lobbyist or not? And then we hire or we don't. That's usually a one-year contract, isn't it?
It is, and I don't remember what council member noted this, but thinking it was going to assist Danae, to your point, Councilmember Leslie, generally, you get the most bang for your buck when you hire a lobbyist that's going to help you get a bill.
That's what I'm saying.
Across the board.
Yeah, you do it when you're initiating something, not just to have somebody on in addition to help you monitor 700 bills or whatever. You don't need that.
Well, and everything is automated now.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
the days of, I remember it took me 4 or 5 years to figure out that if I just went to Panera, between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m., I'd get all of the day's worth
Right.
of what was going to happen.
Right.
And then it went into automation. So
I know.
the lobbyist doesn't know Broomfield.
Right. Exactly.
So then you're spending a lot of time having well, here's the deeper dive. Here's the technical nature. Here's what,
Right.
yeah.
So anyway, yeah, there's a chili house in Austin, Texas, where you go at a certain time. And that's where you find out what's going on. I'm just saying that it's a deliberate process. We take deliberate consideration. We make deliberate decisions. We can always modify those decisions as the session progresses. But we don't have to be continuing to spend $300,000 to do, let me rephrase it. We don't have to spend $300,000 to sit up here once a year and express our frustrations. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I just want to quickly add one more piece to this discussion. And this is just speaking for the place I had my most involvement this year was CC4CA. And this group, it goes year round. There is no break. There is no off season. And just want to kind of establish the fact that we spend a lot of time on the policy committee, setting forward the policy. You know, it's like we're starting, it's like every other year now, but it used to be every year, like just to establish very specifically what CC4CA was going to work on. Right now, a huge piece of it is emerging technology and just really coordinating and what do some of these new technologies look like that we haven't even begun to consider in Broomfield. And so there's a lot of education on that piece. But there's also, this is not just going down to the legislative session. I think somebody uses the term as this is not the sexy work, but coming out of these legislative sessions, a lot of my effort is spent on rulemakings. But those rulemakings don't happen unless we actually, pass the bills. Once the bills are done, we go into that whole process, which staff has been amazing on, and it just keeps getting better all the time. But we have bills from a particular bill from 2019 that we are still in rulemaking on. So I don't want to overlook that effort and the coordination that we do with CC4CA on that piece. I've engaged with the PUC, PHMSA, ECMC, the RAC. I mean, the list goes on of all the different entities that we touch. They reached out to me to make public comments in a couple weeks based on our experience here in Broomfield. And that, I guess that was the last little piece I want to throw out there. And the question that doesn't have to be answered tonight though is, when we're approached to make comments on a bill, to do a press event, to engage in a rulemaking, I would like to know how much effort that puts on, how much time that takes from staff also, because that's a place where we really do make a difference when we're making comments on the ECMC or wherever. So I don't want to lose that in this whole piece. I don't think we should exit all organizations, and I hope others establish the benefit of some of the other organizations. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? So what's our wrap up? What are we gonna do? Find a way to drill down so that we don't ever go through this again?
Well, it sounds
Really
like it's
firm
a
guardrails.
Yeah. So, well, there's two pieces. There's the council member Marsh Holshin piece of getting a subcommittee to help establish what those boxes, for lack of a better term, are. And then there's another discussion about what are we in right now, and do we stay in them? Am I getting that right? So it sounds like it's two different discussions. So what I'm hearing is, yes, move forward with the establishment of the subcommittee. And then to what degree, or what does it look like for staff to bring back data to support council's conversation about, I know it sounds like a song, but should we stay or should we go?
Yeah. And do we need a contract lobbyist? I think we really need to reevaluate that. I know it's probably a calendar year thing, but.
No, it's a good time.
It's a good time.
Yeah, our current contract, just for background with the Ponte Busam, it's our second year with them. The contract was just for the legislative session, so it's not an annual contract at this time. So it's up for conversation.
Okay. Well, do you guys want a legislative committee? Who has time for that? Who's signing up for it? You, Kenny? Well, that's a committee of one.
Well, let's, like I said, I had that thought in last summer, and that's why I was talking with Councilmember Marsh Holshan about it, about how we can be just more efficient. And I think what I'm hearing from staff too is that they want to be more efficient too. It's not like just us wants to move forward with things. We want to collaborate faster, better, and get rid of the fat. And I feel like the way to do that is to have these smaller groups. I mean, we already meet during the legislative session, already, and I feel like we're always playing defense. And if we can just get better about what memberships we do have and cut out the fat, and if that means we don't need our own lobbyists in that regard, we move forward in a more thoughtful, Broomfield-centered manner, then I feel like that's really good. And if people are willing to do it, I know I am, I know Councilmember Marsh Holshan is, I believe Councilmember Ward is as well. That's what we signed up to do. I mean, honestly. So yes, there are people that are willing to move forward with it and are willing to do the work. Thanks.
So what does the work mean? That you're going to hash over the bills and then come back to council for us to decide if we want to take a position?
I think that was in Councilmember Marsh Holshan's proposal that she emailed, that I think laid out membership. And frankly, I'd say at this point, let them meet and come back with a recommendation.
How
And
often?
yeah, all that.
How-
We don't need to decide that now. They can come back and say, well, we discussed it and we think based on our first meeting, this is what we need and how often we need to meet. And we can either go thumbs up or thumbs down.
And we don't have to reinvent the wheel. I mean, this isn't the first rodeo where someone's done this as a city and a county, I'm sure. So
True, but we still have a policy that requires a 2/3 approval. So everything you do would have to come back to council at this point anyway,
unless it's changed, yeah.
unless it's changed. You make it a simple majority. Well, I don't have time for it. So if y'all want to do it, but there's no way I could take on another commitment. So I guess you have to figure out what you're gonna do, when you're gonna meet, and how you're gonna bring it back to council. Who else wants to be on it? Okay, good. So now we have to publicly notice, and so that will take staff resources
Mayor, can I speak?
that we just heard that were constrained. Yes, James.
I mean, I sent out a draft of what it would look like to change our rules to enact it, and it would just be, I mean, it would all that draft was just not my ideas, so we can tweak it however we need to. But my idea is we would just change the rules to fit what we need and go from there.
Ms. Rogers, do we have to approve a new committee since it will be a publicly noticed organization?
I-
You can think about it.
No, well, council can only act by ordinance, resolution, or motion. So there needs to be some sort of formal, and I guess if there could be direction to staff, but I believe what you're asking is, do we need a vote to establish this committee?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if it necessarily needs to be as specific as Councilmember Marsh Holshan's proposal, although from my perspective, and Ms. Hoffman can add her, I like that type of detail because that helps staff structure our assignments related to it. So if council were to approve a proposal like Councilmember Marsh Holshan's or edits to it, I would suggest that it's done at least by a motion as a body.
So we have to put it on an agenda and notice it.
Yeah.
Making more meeting time. Okay. That's what I'm afraid of. As we all know, our agendas are long. We're meeting every Tuesday now already because I'm told at least a third of our agenda items are council perpetuated agenda items. So that's adding to the meeting. So if you're noticing and tired of meeting every Tuesday instead of the 2 or 3 Tuesdays we used to meet, it's because of these things. And so I think you just need to really think about that too. We all need to think about that, the sustainability of that. And I don't want to meet every Tuesday. So I think that's something to talk about too.
Well, I think that can be laid out. It doesn't have to be any strict rules right now. I mean, that's the whole part of this voting body. I know that, you know, you're the mayor and you don't have to show up to all of these things. So if people determine that that's what they want, because it's easier on the front end versus during the legislative session where we're constantly batting out things that we're like, I don't know, does this pertain to us? Does this not? It's much easier to do the work on the front end than it is to stress out during the legislative session personally. And if we already know and we have these set goals, we can be ahead of the game. It's much like when you prepare for your classroom, you can prepare and you can set rules and then you can move much more quickly through the legislative session. So.
All right, Councilmember Anderson.
I just want to clarify that I was seeing this proposal by Councilmember Marsh Holshan as the alternative to what we currently do, meeting with staff. And so if we're going to move into this other realm, I don't want to not be a part of it. I don't want to just like exit that conversation. I think we're out of order here because we need to determine which organizations we're staying a part of and before we start establishing this committee, we need to understand how we're going to be, if we're going to move into that space. So I think we're being a little premature in that conversation because we still have to figure out, it's a deeper conversation, but I don't want to leave, if this is happening, I don't want to leave the space and not be part of it, because we've been part of it as the meeting with staff. So I think there's a little bit more to hash out there. I'm not trying to create more work.
No, I think you're right. There's two separate
thank
things
you.
on the table. I didn't know there was an order, but I was trying to get one off the table. But I agree, they're different. And I guess, how do you propose that we make any decisions about any changes to memberships?
Well, I think the easiest way is that we will do similar to what's in the memo, list each one of the organizations. I don't think at this point, so council is aware of how much each one of those costs.
Right.
So I think if I'm hearing right, it's more about the value add versus the cost. So if we can take cost off of the table and not have that be part of the conversation, and come back to council with the memberships, how many bills, again, have the numbers. So part of it will be subjective and the other part will be just data driven. Here's how many bills they tracked. Here's how many bills actually impacted us. And then the conversation is, do we continue?
Okay.
Just from as simple as that and not belaboring the point of.
Would they have to be official votes at a public meeting, since I think that to get in them, they have to be. So I imagine if we do decide to.
Yeah,
depart-
and some of the organizations have specific requirements in their bylaws that it takes a vote of the governing body to join. I haven't gone through all the bylaws, but it's probably easier and more straightforward to do it. I mean, it doesn't need a resolution, but a motion, a second, and a vote would be, I think, the most straightforward way.
Okay. And then does that help? Okay. And then the legislative committee will, I don't know, what's the direction on that?
Well, so I think once council has so to Councilmember Anderson's point, once you all determine, and it will help staff determine whether we have a lobbyist or not. So I'm not comfortable saying that we're not going to have a lobbyist.
Okay.
Until we are confident with
the framework is.
Absolutely.
Okay. So
Um,
it's kind of a three-step process.
Yeah.
First, we'll evaluate the levels of membership.
Correct.
Then we'll figure out the legislative committee makeup process. And then we'll decide if we need a contract lobbyist.
Yes, and so to Councilmember Hinkle's point about expediting, based on the data, on the numbers, there were 8 bills.
6 that
Oh, I'm
we
sorry,
actually,
6.
yeah,
Yeah.
move the needle on. Yeah. And not all the way.
Yeah, well, yeah, so, and we didn't define what moving the needle meant. It was just, it was clear from the data. So if we're gonna make data-driven decisions, at least 75% of the whole pie should be based on what we know and what the outcome was. And then the rest, the other 25% is really subjective about should we continue or not continue. So that 25% is council's purview to interpret the 75% that we'll bring with the straight data. So once you decide on the membership organizations, once you decide on what the guidance and the framework is, then you decide whether, do you all need a subcommittee for 8 to 10 bills a year? That'll be that's part of the conversation, but you will only know that once you get done building that framework. For the decision making.
We already know that we only took positions on 25 and 6, we maybe moved the needle. There's the numbers. Does that warrant a committee?
Well, that's
Of
up to
700
you all.
bills, 25 we actually took a position on, and some of those were amend. It just
So
really,
we'll-
I go
we'll-
back to Mayor Pro Tem.
So staff will bring back a sheet that council can kind of use as the point of conversation and discussion, with the end goal being by the end that we have clear direction on which ones we're participating in, which ones we aren't. And then the second part of the meeting, at the same time, should we stay or should we go? On the front end, what are those parameters? And then you all can make the decision about what's next.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. So some questions I think that we need to ask ourselves and ask ourselves as a body. Should we be involved in state legislation for 2025? It sounds like that the majority of council is interested in continuing to be involved in the state legislation of 2025. Can we as a body commit to the principles and policies on the front end? And I think that there's a willingness to do that. So I think that that's kind of that next step is creating that. Do we want to give leeway to appointed mayor and to the appointed mayor and council members on their individual boards and commissions? So for the representative that's on DRCOG, through that lens of that policies and procedures, giving that guidance and leeway to them to vote on those issues through that lens that has been set on the front end. And then lastly, do we want to limit staff time on each of these boards and commissions? So are we wanting to say, yeah, we want to remain on all these positions and we want to make sure that we have staff support? Or do we want to remain on these boards and commissions, but we don't need the staff support to back us up on those things? Because I think that that's where we start to deal with the real dollars, right? Is in the resources of time of the staff support on all these boards and commissions. It's not so much just on the boards and commission membership dues. So I think that we need to answer those questions and kind of go through the process of committing to the principles and policies on the front end so that we know how to kind of move beyond that.
All right,
And
thank
add the
you.
education piece, please.
And the what?
Add the education please, and the training that our staff receives as well.
The other member benefits. Okay. Anything else? No? Okay. Got a plan? Sort of?
Yes, so can I clarify with Councilmember Hinkle, because I want to be sure that we're delivering. So when you say education and training, what does staff use those? Or help me understand what that means.
So it is my understanding that we have staff attending conferences, and that was one of the reasons why we joined CCI to begin with. So the conferences for the training for Health and Human Services, we had 3 staff members, for instance, attend the conference for CCI. Are we saying that we also don't want to be a part of that entity and then also lose all the training that's involved? Same with CML, those entities, because there's more value added to certain groups where we weigh in legislatively. But I also think too, we can also determine how much legislatively do we want to put into that as well, but still be a member. I feel like there is leeway in that as well. So
Councilmember Hinkle, just to clarify, we've always gone to the CCI conference even when we weren't members. Because we're on the through CHASDA and through the CALFO. So divorcing overall membership to CCI doesn't impact our CALFO or CHASDA membership.
And
or
so if
training.
you aren't members, what's the difference then? Is it cost more, I'm assuming, if you're not a member?
It does not.
Okay. And then what does it mean then for staff and then to benefit, but then the council doesn't from those entities is what I want to know as well, personally. I have benefited from being on these boards personally on a legislative level. And part of that too is the education of me as well. So I would just like to put that out there. I don't receive a lot of education, I'll be honest. From a staff perspective, I get to know, Robert's rules. I get to know other things. I don't receive a lot of education on issues regionally, like for instance, on sustainability efforts. I receive those at CCI as well. And I also do benefit in talking with other regions about bills that they do support or not support. So I just like to throw that out there.
All right, thank you. Anything else? All right, then we'll move on to our final study session item. It's a review of required changes to the Broomfield Municipal Code regarding residential occupancy. Thanks. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to begin our discussion.
Ms. Bertanzetti is going to do the Evelyn Wood version of what this means for us.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I will try to be as brief as possible. We do have a very detailed staff memorandum regarding this item. If we could have the next slide. Transitioning from the legislative update to an update that we're required to do due to legislation. This is a required change to our code as well as many other codes for municipalities across the state. This is in response to House Bill 24-1007, which requires that cities cannot limit residential occupancy based on familial status. And Broomfield's code does require or address residential occupancy based on family relationship. And therefore we are required to make the changes that are outlined in the staff memorandum. Those changes really are referencing that we can only limit the occupancy based on health and safety standards like the International Building Code, the Fire Code, septic. We can also reference other residential occupancy standards that are in local, state, federal, or political subdivision affordable housing programs. But what does this really mean? We could have the next slide. Means we've got to change some of the terminology in the code. We'll be removing the word family from single family homes, multifamily, to going to single unit to make sure that it's reflective of the fact that we are not utilizing familial relationships for addressing residential occupancy. And then if I could have the next slide, please. What we are proposing is that there would be limitations really based just on the state requirements that are outlined. So the building code, the fire code, it really will mean that we will have a significant increase in the allowed residential occupancy within residences in Brimfield. As an example, currently the code allows no more than 3 unrelated individuals to reside in a single unit. And by this definition, it would instead be limited by health and safety standards, which will be far more than 3 people in a unit. I can't give an across the board example because it will really be based on square footage of each unit, what type of bedrooms, the exiting. There's a lot of different factors, but you can rest assured that it's more than 3 people that would likely be able to safely reside in residences. We also are required to make changes to group homes limitations, because unlike other state legislations that are similar, the way that it's written for this bill, it doesn't carve out an exception for group homes. So what staff is proposing is to rely on the state's licensing, permitting, and certification requirements for group homes, as well as, again, those standards of the building code, the fire code, septic limitations in order to regulate the group home occupancies. And we're bringing this forward here tonight, really to make sure that council is aware of these required changes, have an opportunity to answer questions related to it. But these are changes that are required to be brought forward. And also to the one question, if we could have the next slide, that we are asking for council direction on is whether there is an interest at some point in the future to look at other group occupancy type uses. So Brimfield's code addresses specifically group homes in single unit districts. But we don't address things like custodial care facilities or transitional housing. And if so directed by council, we could bring back a separate study session. It would not be soon, but at some point in the future, to take a look at those types of group living facilities and where they should be permitted within Brimfield. And I'll conclude the presentation of that.
Thank you, Ms. Burton-Zetti. Quick question. How long do we have to comply?
Yesterday. So that's a great question. I'm not even joking. It went into effect on July 1st.
You're kidding me.
Nope. So the legislation did not allow a lot of time for these changes to be made and to be processed through public process. So what we, as well as other cities across the Front Range, are doing is we have provided notice on our website that we are not enforcing the ordinance based on familial relationship. We are complying with House Bill 1007, and that is consistent. I've met with many other municipalities, and they're all proceeding the same way. Most of us have not been able to get these ordinances passed before July 1st and have an effective date.
No kidding. That shows the disconnect as usual, because this does seep into a lot of other places where now we have to change the most commonly used references to dwelling units. See, this is what I was talking about, y'all. Okay. Thanks. Any comments, questions? Nothing? Well, there's direction needed, so somebody needs to chime in. Would you like staff to bring back a separate discussion in the future regarding other group living facilities to determine where these types of occupancy limits should be allowed? Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I am curious. So we had the 3 resident per family unit or whatever, however we did that. How was that enforced? I mean, was there any inspection ever or code enforcement?
These types of residential occupancy limits are probably more of a concern in college towns. Where I think there's much more enforcement concerns and complaints. For Brimfield, we have very few complaints regarding residential occupancy, but in those instances, there are challenges with enforcing how you approach the concern. So someone might say, we believe that there are, 5 people residing in the residence, and our code compliance would need to follow up on that concern, but certainly doesn't have the ability to enter the residence or follow up in that detail. So there are definitely challenges with the residential occupancy requirements, especially since we don't have a rental licensing requirement like they might in other municipalities.
Okay, so now if, when we don't have residents, occupancy requirements numbers, now we will be depending on the fire safety code. Would a complaint actually go to the fire department instead of to the municipality then?
Great question. So it would still come through more than likely through our code compliance division, as it would today. And they would follow up with our partners at North Metro as well as our building code. And we take a look at what the complaint was. We wouldn't have necessarily a lot of information that we might need, but we might have to talk to the person who resides there to find out how many bedrooms are there. We'll have some information, generally the square footage, but additional questions might have to be asked of the ownership.
Okay, those were the questions. Like you said, you had a detailed memo, but that was the enforcement question that I was left with. If you have anything that you would want to add to the actual ordinance to clarify that in any way, I don't know. And what is the advantage? So you asked the question, should staff bring forward a study session on group living facilities and where they should be permitted? I'm not reaching a conclusion because I'm not grasping what the pros and cons of having them defined are. Can you give that in a nutshell?
Trying to be as brief as possible. But I think the nutshell would be that trying to provide additional housing options and address some of the types of housing that might not be clearly identified in our code. It's not something that we're seeing anyone approach the city with. They're not looking to do custodial care. No one's approached us about a transitional housing development. We do have already the planned unit developments. So if someone was proposing something really unique that ended up being a type of group housing, it would be something that we might be able to do through a PUD amendment for one of our many PUD zoned properties. So I don't think there's any urgency to it. We wanted to flag it as the fact that by having to make these changes this evening, we had to make group living facilities a separate use category in our code, which we hadn't had to do before. And by doing that, it opened the door to what other group living facilities might there be an interest in having addressed in the code. There's not an urgency to it, but we thought we would ask the question.
Is this idea that we would define where these would be located, does it have anything to do with what happened in North Glen?
Very good question. That was more of a group home, is my understanding, Ms. Rogers. I don't know if you're more familiar with that facility, but the group home facility is already addressed by this code. If it is by the state, not a group home, but more of a custodial care or one of the other occupancy types, then yes, we wouldn't have a clear location where that might be permitted today. But my understanding was that that would have fit under the definition of group home. And by this legislation, we would have to rely on the state licensing requirements in order to limit the occupancy.
So did you ask council this question because staff feels like it would be helpful for them in the future to have these group living facilities defined and where they're permitted?
No.
Okay. Then I would propose that we not direct staff to go forward with that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Shab.
Great. I'll keep this brief. So I think that we need to craft legislation to come into compliance with the limitations of the House Bill 1007. I mean, the other option is to go to court over it, and I don't think that this is one of those battles I'm willing to go for. There's some instances where it's to the mattresses is my motto. This is not one of them. And I think on the other one, I would agree with staff. I don't think that we need to do this at this time. I think that we have a very full plate. So I'm okay not doing that at this point. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Wynn.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm going to be the only one here to say that we should look into it just because housing, even though we're not in Boulder, but I'm originally from Boulder, and literally the occupancy laws were forcing a lot of my roommates at the time in college and after college to really get creative. And so I think we should consider this because housing is an issue. And I know this isn't the same as, the case study in Arvada where you have like people stacked on top of each other, but we should definitely consider this. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Since the only question on the table is whether we should deal with group living facilities, I'm going to say ditto to what Councilmember Lim had to say.
Councilmember Lim chimes two, and Councilmember Leslie.
No.
Okay, Councilmember Anderson.
Yep, ditto Councilmember Lim.
Times three, okay. Anyone else? Ward 5 over there. Yes or no? What? No, it's a yes or no question. No, okay. All right, well then no. Thank you. That concludes the item. So thank you for the review and the urgency. That concludes the agenda items for this evening's study session. Is there any other business to come before the council from my colleagues or staff? Seeing no further business, the study session is adjourned. Thanks.